Take that. Must be
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Let's start with our public hearing. I hope all of you have received the agenda. And the first item is opening. We want to take this opportunity to open this public hearing officially. And item number 2 is welcome and remarks. We welcome each and every one of you present. We also want to acknowledge and greet the MSc for Sports and Arts and Culture, Honorable Jerry Maseko, and your entourage. We also want to greet the members of the Scopa, honorable members who are members of this committee. We also want to greet the representative from the AGSA, representatives from Provincial Treasury, the staff members present, and also greet the people who are watching from different media platforms. We want to welcome you. The department that is appearing today is the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. You are welcome, colleagues, MSc and your entourage and everybody again. And we want to take this opportunity to thank you for honoring the invite. We want to indicate to the public out there that with this department, we are going to deal with only financial year 2022-2023. 2023-2024, the department has obtained a clean audit, and we want to congratulate you for that. You have done the right thing. We congratulate you because you have improved. In fact, because I usually say we don't have to congratulate for the right thing, but in this case we are doing because you have improved, and we believe that you maintain that status going forward. Looking at your previous record, indeed you have the potential to continue to have clean audit. So, but it is appreciated that you are in line with the expectations of the public that our departments must get clean audit and must be able to maintain that clean audit. As Scopa, we need to indicate that we provide an oversight role by strengthening the accountability, the transparency, and the integrity of the government and its public entities. Scopa derives its mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 114, 2A and B, which the Act stipulates that the provincial legislature must provide for the mechanism to ensure that all the organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and play an oversight role over the state institutions. It is for this reason that we are here to account on how we have spent the public money and to account to the people of Limpopo as stipulated by the law. Scopa is also having a responsibility to track all the House resolutions, and we need to also track the implementations of those resolutions, because it is very important that we track where we are coming from in terms of whether you are making progress or not. And if there's no progress, the department must also account and ensure that that thing is implemented. So we're also saying that in order to achieve the clean audit and in order to implement all the resolutions, we can do that through performance planning, monitoring and evaluation, which are critical elements for the achievement of a capable, ethical and developmental state. We further say to achieve those, it can be through strengthening of our internal control of the department, and where there are deviations, consequence management must be taken. Obviously preceded by the investigations and detailed progress and reports on what has transpired. We are also noting generally that there are challenges in terms of complying with the legislation. And we are saying that we look at the issue of compliance very seriously. The annual financial statements and also the service delivery. Because our argument, MEC, is that we can be able to balance rents and cents or credits and debits and get a clean audit. But what is key, does that translate to service delivery? And if it translates to service delivery in terms of key performance indicators, then we'll be satisfied that indeed the department is on the right path. And we believe that, but the basis that if we are able to do that, it means we are complying with the legislation and also being able to track our performance in terms of the targets that we have set as the department. So, like I've indicated, today we're only going to receive reports from only on financial year 2022-2023, and we believe that the department is able and is capable for accounting for each and every matter that has been raised by the AG, so that we inspire confidence to the department as much as we have received a clean audit. So there is a lot of expectations from us, but we have also to account for the previous year where we could not get a clean audit. So based on that, we just want to check from the MEC and the HOD whether you are aware of the files, the contents of the files that you have submitted to us, that we have signed. Yeah, are you aware that the file has been distributed and you are aware of the contents?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I'm Funan Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. Let me confirm that the file was duly signed by myself and I went through it, but also to indicate that between the submission of the file and now, there are some developments in terms of attachments that I think our Director Risk might have already submitted or she will submit. But in terms of the content of this file, I can affirm or confirm.
Thank you very much, MEC, for that assurance. The other thing is that we have got an item on the introductions, which is item number 3, where we are all going to introduce ourselves. But before that, it's worth mentioning that as and when we are speaking, we must introduce ourselves for the benefit of the people who are on other platforms, so that they must not assume or they must not guess who is speaking. It doesn't matter how many times you are going to speak. If you are going to speak 10 times, it means you will introduce yourself 10 times. And the other thing is, we have forwarded the department with questions to respond to what the AG has raised. You have responded. That is why we have got this file that the MEC has just confirmed that he knows and has checked. Further said that between the time they submitted and now there are developments, and we believe that in their presentation they will address us on such developments. We really appreciate if there are developments, because it means that there are progress and you are working and you are attending to the matters as and when they come. But in this public hearing, the members are going to ask the very same questions that they forwarded to the department. And you will, for the benefit of the people who do not have the files, you will respond so that they get the progress. But if there are follow-up questions, members will also, after you've presented, come up with follow-up questions until we are satisfied that every question has been fully responded to. That is how we are going to proceed with the public hearing. Without any waste of time, let's just go to item number 3, which is introductions. We'll start with honorable members who are members of Scopa. I made a mistake. I could not acknowledge the chairperson of the portfolio committee. My apologies, Honorable Mdaga. We are acknowledging you. The chairperson of the portfolio committee of sports and culture, sports, arts and culture, is present with us here. So we are going to start with the members of the committee, starting with myself. I'm Esther Mukweli, the chairperson of Scopa in Limpopo. And then
good morning, Honorable MEC and your team. My name is Jacques Smaller. I am a member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair, MEC, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Faith Sibopela, member of Scopa.
Chairperson, MEC and the chairperson of the portfolio committee, and my colleagues, Kinna Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa.
Nodibo chairperson, MEC na entourage yabo. Ngamazina ndipine pomruni Tambeleni Colbert, member ya Scopa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and morning everyone. My name is Falaza Mdaka. I'm the Chairperson for Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My colleagues, Honorable MEC and your entourage. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. I'm the member of this committee, the Scopa. Thank you.
thank you, honorable members. The second is the legislature staff.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. My name is Pula Radimwana, the acting coordinator for Scopa. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Carol Slana, Communication Services.
Good morning. My name is Faith Mosutu, Community Researcher.
My name is Secretary members. My name is Communication Services in the legislation.
Morning, everyone. My name is Luke Charles, Research and Science for the Committee. Morning, everyone. My name is Researcher for the Committee. Good morning, everyone. My name is Namwan Meda. Good morning, everyone. Machema Salama Mara, support staff.
Everyone, my name is Roman Sawa, researcher also.
Good morning. My name is Lucien Diva, Community Coordinator for Community Sports.
Good morning, my name is Katie Mukhala, the legal advisor.
Thank you very much, staff. Office of the Auditor General of South Africa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ellen from
Provincial Treasury.
My name is
Thank you very much. MEC and your team.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm Funani Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. I've got my executive management constituted by chief directors and directors, and allow me to hand over to the acting HOD to introduce the administration. And I will deal with the other issue on apologies because I can see there is an item on apologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Scopa, Provincial Treasury, as well as AGSA. My name is Mbasa Gumla. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the department. Today I'm acting as the head of department. On my immediate left, it's Ms. Maria Pierra, who is our Chief Risk Officer. After her, we've got Mr. Muwate, who is our Chief Director, District Coordination. Immediately after Mr. Muwate, we've got Ms. Maburi Mamba. She is the Chief Director responsible for corporate services. We also have Mr. John Mukonyama, Manager Legal Services. After Mr. Mukonyama, we have Ms. Fulufelo Rachikopa, Director Strategic Planning within the department. We also have Mr. Lisibana Mufundlela, who is the Manager in the Office of the Accounting Officer, HOD. At the back, we have Ms. Sarah Mjankomo, Director Infrastructure. We also have Mr. Maxine Mangwani, Director Arts and Culture. We then have Mr. Homu, who is our Director School Sport. And then we've got the representatives or officials from the Office of the Honorable MEC. We've got Mr. Similalo, who is the head of office. And then we have the Patlamushaki, who's the parliamentary officer of the Office of the Honorable MEC. Yes, we've got Mr. Mushielo at the back there. Also within the Office of the Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Folks, the introduction, it shows that you know your team 100%.
Yes.
They might come a lot into the office. For whatever reason.
No, thank you for that. And we are on apologies from our side, from the committee side. We have firstly want to present the apology of the committee coordinator, Mr. Kari, who is not well and is represented today by Mr. Raniwana. And we have Honorable Mabucha, who is busy with the examination, could not be with us. Mr. Honorable Maila, who is on party deployment somewhere. Honorable Majomani, who is not well as well, and Honorable Machete will join us late. Is still attending to the child school matters. So these are the apologies from our side. Let me see if your apologies.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Funani Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. I've got two written apologies here, one from the HOD, the other one from the Chief Director, Arts and Culture, Memo Khonyana and Scopa, because of illness. Thank you.
We note all the apologies and we hope that they are accepted. The next agenda item is the questions and responses for 2022-2023. Like I've indicated, we'll allow honorable members from the committee to ask questions, and then you'll be given a chance to respond. Members, we are on question 1. Who will be taking, yeah, where do you start? Oh, I start with the youngest. Thank you, Honorable Scopa.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Honorable Scopa. We'll start with questions of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on the report of the AG to the Limpopo Provincial Legislature on the financial statements and performance information of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for the year ended 31 March 2023. Question 1 on the audit outcomes of vote 10, 2013-2014 to 2022-2023 financial years. Resolution status and stagnant in the audit outcomes. Executing Authority, the committee noted that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2021-2022 financial years. Furthermore, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has been stagnant with unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis since 2019-2020 financial years to date. A, provide the committee with the status of the implementation of the House resolutions. B, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? C, why is the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture stagnant in the performance of the audit outcomes? I think that was the last one, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Scopa. MEC?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. My name is Funani Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. And thank you for having been afforded an opportunity to come and account on issues related to the functionality of the department. Let me indicate, Honorable Chair and members, that as a department we received 63 Scopa resolutions starting from 2014-15 until 2021-22. It's on record, Chair, that out of the 63, we were able to implement 56 of them, which is 89% of the total outstanding resolution as at that period. And we are left with 7 of the House resolutions that are still in progress, and others are still dependent on other state organs, particularly like your state attorneys, which is a external stakeholder where we don't have that authority to let them implement some of this decision at our pace, but we'll indicate as and when we respond to these issues. But those that falls within our jurisdiction, Honorable Chair and members, we have tried very much to make sure that they get implemented. That's why I said some of the updates will be brought to your attention by the Director, Warisk. Let's start with 2014-2015 in terms of the number of resolutions. We have managed to resolve 6 out of the total of 7, and only 1 could not be resolved. And what we are saying is that it speaks about the issue of human resource management and compensation. There were elements of irregular appointments, challenges around the director in the office of the MEC, assistant director in asset management. The matter was referred to the state attorney, chair and members around 2017. But progress thus far is that we made a follow-up through a written correspondence to the state attorney. And there's Annexure A there, which I think the director risk can take the members through, requesting the state attorney to run with the matter as expected. The response that we got was that they were able to appoint an advocate, Gaisa, by the 31 July 2024 to deal with this matter. And there was a meeting on the 31st of August 2024 where we waited for the legal opinion from the state attorney and the advocate, Gaisa. We are saying here we also made a follow-up to the council on the 15th November to check progress with regard to the matter in question. And this issue also, Chair, has been referred to the SIU. And allow me to request the director to note this matter so that she can give update in terms of the new developments that are there between when we submitted the file and now. There are very positive developments that are there, and I will request quickly just to brief the meeting before I go to 2015-2016. Yeah, Director.
Thanks. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members, and Honorable MEC and the colleagues. My name is Peham Lopomaria. I'm the Director of Risk Management in the Department of Sports and Culture. From wherein we have submitted the file around the 15th of November 2022, we made some follow-ups with the Office of the State Attorney, and the progress as of today is that we received a legal opinion on the 11th of February 2025 from Advocate Kaisa with the recommendation that the department should proceed with the review of the appointment in the High Court to correct the irregular appointment. And on the 20th of February, the department has instructed Advocate Gaisa through the State Attorney to proceed with the application to review the appointment in the High Court. Then the department is still waiting for the court date as of now. So this matter that we're reporting on is only dealing with the post of a Director, Museums and Heritage Services, and the other ones for Assistant Director, Asset Management. The matter is under investigation with the SIU, and we're still waiting for their final report. Thank you. Attached here, they are the legal opinions and the instruction that we have given to us, so we can hand over them to the chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Director, and thanks, Chairperson. My name again is Funani Jerimasego, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. We are reporting here to the Public Accounts Committee that on 2015-2016, we had 7 outstanding resolutions, and all of them, Honorable Chair, were implemented. That's why unresolved matters were got 0. And then we moved to 2016-2017, where we had 13 resolutions, and out of the 13 resolutions, 12 were implemented, and 1 was not implemented, and it speaks to unauthorized expenditure. And Chair and honorable members, let me indicate that as a department, we take this expenditure as a very, very serious non-compliance with regard to statutes that regulates financial matters in government and in the department. And we are very much worried about this type of a matter. But let me indicate, Chair, that the matter also, complicated as it is, historical as a legacy challenge, historical as it is, we also resolved that it should also be referred to the SIU because it's very complicated. A number of people who were affected are nowhere to be found. Certain information is not there, but we requested the SIU to deal with it. But what we are saying here is that the department enlists the services of the state attorney again to collect that money, because it talks about recouping this unauthorized expenditure, because it is a deliberate expenditure that has been caused by a human being. And to assist in recovering the debt, the attorney assessed the debt and made a conclusion that the amount prescribed is therefore irrecoverable, which means in accounting terms, it has to be recorded as an irrecoverable bad debt. And there is an annexure on it, and I will want also, once I'm done with the presentation, the acting, and we couldn't win it. So the second one is around the case of Mandela Day, which is also been referred to the special investigation unit. So our take is that in as much as internally we had very serious challenges of recouping the money, the report from the SIU chairperson and members will be able to give us direction in terms of what is it that we need to do. And we have committed ourselves as a collective that the recommendations of the SIU after thorough investigation should have to be implemented by ourselves. But allow me to request the CFO in this instance, who is now the current acting, just to put some flesh on the skeleton that I've presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mbasa Ngumla, acting HOD. Just to add, Honorable Chair and members of the Scopa, indeed there was a declared unauthorized expenditure wherein the department was requested by the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture to organize and execute the iconic Nelson Mandela Day celebration in 2011-12. But unfortunately the budget that was allocated, it was 2,183,000. When we went out to approach the service provider, all the bids, they came higher than the allocated amount, and there were engagements with national insofar as that is concerned. So the amount that actually exceeded the budget that we got from National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture was then declared as unauthorized expenditure because it was overspending in terms of the project. The department did all the necessary assessment and determination to establish the person who is responsible in law for this financial loss, and we started the process of recovery through state attorney, but also we went beyond that. We solicited assistance from professional debt collectors in the name of Pagamani debt collectors. But unfortunately, when we referred the matter to state attorney, they looked into the matter. In Annexure C, there is a fully fleshed legal opinion which advises the department that we actually had a good case in terms of recovery, but through passage of time, the matter has prescribed in terms of the Prescription Act 68 of 1969, and therefore we could not pursue the matter legally. So now, in terms of accounting, in as much as we had a debt created, we attempted to recover the money, but unfortunately there was no movement in terms of recoveries, and each year the Auditor General will ask us what are the prospects of recovering this. Now, we didn't want to overstate our balance sheet in terms of debtors. We had to make a provision or impairment for this debt in 21-22 financial year, and ultimately it was written off in the year 23-24 financial year as a bad debt that could no longer be recovered. Thank you, Honorable MC.
Thanks very much, Mr. Ngumla. Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Unani Jerima Seko, MC for Sports, Arts and Culture. Allow me to move to financial year 17-18, where we had 10 resolutions, and out of the 10 resolutions, we managed to resolve 9 and 1 outstanding, which deals with irregular expenditure. This matter, Chair, relates to Performance Management System Incentive, which is regulated by DBSA Incentive Framework number 1/7/1/4/1. And we want to put it on record that this issue was misinterpreted in the province in terms of how it should get implemented, and which led to us incurring irregular expenditure of 1.4 million. The matter, Chair, took very, very long time since we were waiting for the outcome of the similar matter which the Office of the Premier was waiting. This was a cross-cutting matter across all the departments. We waited for the Premier's office for a court declaration for the recovery, but later then the matter was referred to the bargaining council. We have commenced with the investigation and currently analyzing the collected information for the decision by the accounting officer. And I will also request the acting HOD to amplify in terms of details. Where are we now?
Thank you, Honorable MEC. My name is Mbasa Ngumla, acting HOD. Honorable Chair, I believe the MEC has extensively explained the matters in question. The issue really here was an incorrect interpretation of the incentive framework, which would have meant that there could be people who were paid performance bonuses, but the calculations were not correct. It's something that affected the entire province, and the decision then was taken that the Office of the Premier should pursue the matter through a court process. Unfortunately, it was referred back to the bargaining council. We thought we would take leave from the precedents that will come from a court judgment in the Office of the Premier, and then be able to apply the same in our case. But unfortunately, since it was taken back, it meant we needed now to do our own research, engage with other departments such as LIDET, who were affected, to see how they've dealt with the matter. We needed to go back to the original audit finding by AGSA to look the affected people and do some calculations in a view to take a resolution if there's money that needed to be recovered from the relevant employees. Is the stance that we are going to take, but we are almost towards the finality in terms of finalizing our own investigation on the matter to ensure that we close this resolution, but also it's actually part of the irregular expenditure amounts that we want to reduce in our irregular expenditure register. Thanks, Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much, Acting HOD, and thanks, Chairperson. My name is Funani Jerry Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture, Limpopo. Allow me to move to the next financial year, which is 2018-2019. Out of 10 resolutions, we managed to implement 9, and only one is outstanding, Chair. It speaks to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is an unnecessary expenditure that must be incurred by any government institution. Chair, the amount here was 2.7 million, and it was investigated as follows. And our amount of 1.463 million was internally investigated and was unfounded. This fruitless and wasteful expenditure was subsequently written off by the accounting officer on the basis that it was not founded. An amount of 4,000 rand was recovered from the responsible official. The balance of 1.2 million has been referred to legal services for recovery process through our state attorneys again, and the Pagamani Debt Collection Services has been appointed to do that. There is an Annexure D, Chair, that speaks to the details of the matter. Suffice to say that around June 2024, the state attorney also wrote a letter to the defendant's attorney to file a recovery affidavit, a file discovery affidavit, which talks to the reminder letter with condition of failure. And the progress is still being awaited from the state attorney. And there is an Annexure E that talks to that, Honorable Chair. But further, to indicate that the matter was investigated by a forensic investigator contracted by the Provincial Treasury. The matter is further under investigation by the SIU. And we think, pursuant to the outcome of the SIU, the matter will be attended to as per the decision or recommendation by the SIU. And there is Annexure B, Chair, that detailed the whole process that I was talking about. The other one, unless if maybe HOD there is something you're comfortable. The other one, Chair, is 2019-2020, resolutions 6. We managed to implement 4, and 2 are still outstanding. Number 1 is non-implementation of previous year's House resolutions. The other one is material underspending of budget. Chair, I'm not going to dwell much on this one. Allow me to refer them to the acting HOD to deal with them.
Thank you, Honorable. Let me see. My name is Mbasa Ngumla, acting HOD for the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, out of the 53 House resolutions in 2019-20, at that time we had cleared 47 of those, meaning we had 6 that were still outstanding. Chair, if you check the resolutions that are outstanding, which are 6, they talk to the ones that we just gave progress on. What is common, Honorable Chair, is that all the matters that we are referring to state attorney to assist, because of the nature and fact that they are legal matters, it appears that they are dragging. The issue that we discussed pertaining to the incentive bonuses, it's one of the matters that we are waiting state attorney to assist on the matter, as well as the issue pertaining to fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 1.2 million that was paid to a service provider who did not perform during the 2017-18 Mapungube Festival. So both those matters, they are still with the state attorney for recovery purposes. We've also indicated earlier that we had enlisted services of professional debt collectors to assist, which they've also not been able to make any recoveries up until their contract actually expired. The issue of Nelson Mandela Day is also part of the matter that we've explained as part of the 7 that are currently not finalized. We indicated earlier that the matter is prescribed in law in terms of the Prescription Act, which led us to advance and write it off as irrecoverable. If we then move to the issues pertaining to material underspending, Honorable Chair, we do have challenges here that we are working tirelessly with the implementing agent, which is the Public Works at this stage, to make it a point that the projects that are being undertaken, they are completed timeously. We do appreciate that in 22-23 financial year there was some material underspending, which we put measures in place which included forward planning and using the first year in terms of infrastructure planning for planning and design, and then the next 2 years for the actual construction, which has assisted. If you check in terms of the financial year 23-24, the department did not have any material under expenditure. In fact, we expend a total of 98% of our budget compared to the 93% that was spent in 22-23 financial year. I believe these are signs that are showing that all the mechanisms and the internal controls that are being implemented by the department, they are starting to yield some positive results insofar as underspending is concerned. We are hopeful that in future years we are not going to have material underspending, Honorable Chair and members. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. My name is Funani Maseko, MEC Sport Agriculture. For 2020-2021, we had 4 resolutions outstanding and all of them were implemented, Chair. So we don't have an outstanding resolution there. 2021-2022, out of 6, we implemented 5 and 1 outstanding, and let me request the Director, Risk Management to deal with it, particularly with the issue of lifestyle audit.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and Honorable Members, and the staff. Good morning again. My name is Peham Lokomaria. I'm the Director, Risk Management in the Department of Sport and Culture. The Department of Sport and Culture has implemented the lifestyle audit as per the guideline that has been issued by the Department of Public Service and Administration, of which we did it on 3 officials. So what we did is that we made our own detection services. The first detection that we used was through the financial interest disclosures that we're doing yearly by the SMS through the Office of the Public Service Commission, of which we find that only one SMS member didn't disclose all the cars that she had. And the other two were working they are working in the Department Supply Chain Management, and then we use the vetting process as part of the detection processes. So investigations were conducted, we collated all the information, and the information was analyzed, and then all the allegations that we had against them in terms of the lifestyle were unfounded. So we have the copies of the 3 investigation reports that we'll hand over to the chairperson. We thought maybe these are more too personal information, hence we're not able to attach them as an annexure within the file, but the cases are with me here. And then the other one is that we also discussed the matter of conducting the whole lifestyle audit against starting with the SMS members within the department. But we thought we saw in terms of the resources that we have to say internally, yes, we can do it, but what we're going to do is that we're not going to cover the whole scope of all the SMS within a financial year. And when we look at the resources, it might take time. We also engage the SIU as the Corruption Coordinating Committee in the province, and they said no, it will just take more time because the SMS in the province, they are around 500 in number. But we sought ourselves to say we need just to continue conducting it and using our own detection services, and we conduct it yearly through other staff members. Though through the Provincial Anti-Corruption Meeting and the HOD's Forum is also attending, getting an attention in relation to this matter. I'll just hand over the report to Honorable MEC to the chairperson so that they're able to help them. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mapia. Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Funani Maseko, MEC, Sports, Arts and Culture. And as I'm summarizing question 1A, which deals with non-implementation of resolutions, Honorable Chair, allow me to make a submission for this committee to assist the department with regard to the issue of state attorney. To me, that unit does not have the necessary capacity to deal with all issues that affect legal matters in different departments. So I hope that when you are going to make your determination, please consider this humble submission, because it frustrates some of us to deal with some of those issues, because issues of legal stature does not fall within ourselves, and we only have that state attorney unit to deal with this matter. But I can assure you, I doubt if there is capacity. Thanks very much, Honorable. Number B, I'm Funani Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. Let me allow the acting HOD to deal with number B until the end of question 1. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Morning once more, Chair and colleagues. My name is Mbasa Ngumla. Honorable Chair and colleagues, I think the way we responded on the 7 outstanding resolution, we have given also the reasons that have led us not to be able to close the 7 outstanding resolutions. I think the Honorable MEC has touched on the issue of state attorney, where we would have preferred matters and they're not getting the necessary speed and urgency to close them. A point in question is the irregular appointments that we made. Mepiaka just gave here a progress that we received on the 11th of February from State Attorney, where they are now giving us a legal opinion and recommendation to take the matter to High Court, and we have given them instruction to take the matter for review at the High Court. So we are hoping that the matter is now coming to finality, if we can get the court date, and then we resolve the matter. The issue of unauthorized expenditure amounting to 904,000, again, it was referred to State Attorney. However, the matter is prescribed legally, so there are no additional avenues we can take to pursue the matter as per advice we got from State Attorney. We had referred the same matter to debt collectors to assist in recoveries. Unfortunately, we could not. What is of a concern now, Honorable Chair, when it comes to the matter of 2016-17, is that as a department, from an accounting point of view, we had to write it off because we couldn't justify to the auditors that we are going to make recoveries. Now, it brings us to a very difficult place in terms of what next step can we do to resolve the very same House resolution. We have also formally returned to Provincial Treasury to assist as to how can we close the matter. And part of the sanction here to the then acting head of department was the demotion from level 14 to level 13, which then meant there will be a reduction in the salary. That is how we are also advised by the PAG that we need to look at it from that point of view, that by virtue of a reduction of the salary, it meant indirectly the department was benefiting, and part of that money that was a financial loss has been recouped by the department. We're still going to have additional engagements with Office of the Premier on the matter as the sanction came from Office of the Premier in a view of trying to close this matter. The issue of irregular expenditure on page 13, which talks to 27-18, we are finalizing our investigation on the matter, which will then assist us to either recover or condone the matter. It will depend on the investigation that we are hoping to finalize in the following financial year. In terms of 2018-19 fruitless and wasteful expenditure, I've indicated only earlier that there was an artist who performed in the Arts Festival who were paid to perform, but they never pitched. And the name of the artist is Davido, represented by a company called Vibe Zone. So we paid in total an amount of 1.2 million, which we are trying to recover from State Attorney. But what is also critical on this issue is that through the proclamation number 192 of 2024, this is the matter that the special investigating unit they are looking at. We are hoping that as part of the report they are going to make recommendations how we deal with this matter, taking into account of how long the matter has been with State Attorney without tangible progress in resolving the matter. I think we've dealt extensively with the House resolution pertaining to 2019-20 and the material underspending chair. We have indicated that when it comes to infrastructure project, the department can only rely on our implementing agents, which is Public Works and IDT, and we have been having major difficulties in implementing infrastructure project. To ensure that we tighten our controls then, as a department, we had to look at our service delivery agreement with the Department of Public Works to try and make them more accountable and involve the department in areas of procurement to ensure that at the end of the day, suitable service providers or contractors are appointed who will be able to start and finish the projects timeously without material underspending the budget of the department. The issue of special resolution on lifestyle audit, as we've indicated as a department, we have finalized 3 lifestyle audit which came out as unfounded, but we do know, according to the resolution, the expectation is that the department must do lifestyle auditing all officials. At this stage, we don't have sufficient financial resources as well as personal capacity to deal with that. It's a matter that has been referred to the HOD's forum as well as the provincial anti-corruption caucus or committee to look at the matter, how can it be best dealt with going forward, Chair. All the matters that are within the direct control of the department, I do believe, Chair, and the members of the committee, that we have addressed them, except those that have dependencies. That was the response to B, Honorable MEC. Yes. In terms of question C, we do acknowledge, Honorable Chair and members, that the department has been stagnant in terms of the actual audit outcomes. We've been sitting on unqualified audit opinion with findings or with emphasis for the past 4 years. But it does not mean that there was no visible improvement in terms of the quality and nature of the financial statements. There were areas that needed some attention, which we worked with the Auditor General to try and address those. If I can just pick up in terms of our analysis, we had challenges when it comes to material misstatement of the financial statements for the year in question, which is 22-23 financial year. There was a material misstatement under minor assets, in particular library books. We had prepared our financial statements properly, and they were reviewed by management within the department. They were also reviewed by the provincial treasury, and they went through to audit committee, and they gave inputs. There were no issues on minor assets. However, just before submission of the financial statements, the manager responsible for assets, they picked an error that included in the additions for minor assets of about 8.8 million. There was a balance of 34,000 that needed to be taken out, as it was a non-qualifying asset, meaning it was assets that were below 5,000, which are normally expensed. During that process of correcting that figure, the amount was incorrectly captured on the financial statement as 795 instead of 8,795,000. Now this caused a material misstatement when you look at the financial statements as well as the supporting asset register, which the office of the AG, they correctly raised the matter, and we had to make a correction in terms of those financial statements. But also, Chair, to indicate that we have made some progress in this area of material misstatement. We've already performed about 3 interim financial statements in the current financial year, as well as the previous financial year, which we submitted to a provincial treasury for review, as well as shared internal auditors, and we did not have findings, which was showing that there is some improvement that the department is registering. But also, when we look in terms of the progress that the department made on the 22-23 audit action plan, as at the end of March 2024, we had actually resolved all the audit findings that were raised by AG. We can look at that information in Annexure G, where we've shown all the findings that were raised by AG, as well as the status. What we've also done going forward is to have a interactive AFS preparation plan that give each responsibility and unit their responsibility and clear timelines, so that this issue of doing financial statement, we treat it as a project with deadlines. That process allows us to have sufficient time to do reviews and to avoid making adjustments on the last day of submission, because we've noted that that's where mistakes are done. We've also attached the Annexure H there to indicate the AFS plan that we have prepared, which is adopted by management. It has assisted greatly in the preparation of 24-25 financial statements, which we did not have any significant material findings when it comes to that. But also we've been attending capacity building workshops when it comes to modified cash standard, so that all officials we are preparing financial statements are able to understand the new standards that are being put through, but also any changes we should be in a position to deal with that. That is why, Chair, in 23-24 financial year, we manage as a department collectively to achieve clean administration status, which is a feat that we are hoping to continue with and to continue improve our internal control systems. The third item which resulted in the department not being able to achieve clean audit in 22-23, we incurred irregular expenditure of about 540,000, which was in relation to a software system. In terms of our ICT policy, we need to implement firewalls within all our tools of trade, in particular the computers, to avoid any cyber attacks. We had to go through a bidding process. We advertised some RFQ and there was a response. But unfortunately, there were two companies that were involved, and the directors of those two companies, they had interest in each other's company. We are explaining that on page 20, and unfortunately through our own internal controls, we were unable to detect that they did not declare their interest on the standard bidding document, which is 4. And this was also raised by the Auditor General of South Africa. It led to that irregular expenditure. Chair, we can report that disciplinary actions were meted in terms of the bid evaluation committee as well as the bid adjudication committee for that irregular expenditure. Subsequently, we had referred the matter to the provincial treasury for condonement, and it was subsequently condoned. But what is of also importance is that in terms of this transaction, there was no financial loss. The department did benefit. It was just the process how the appointment had happened. The last matter, Chair, which is on page 20, it's item number 4. We had a finding in terms of the number of libraries established per year indicator, which the Office of the Auditor General indicated that that indicator did not comply with the SMART principle. Now, our difficulty, this is a sector indicator which is developed at a national level, and all provinces are given this indicator to report on as part of the conditional grant that we get from national. The main difficulty with the indicator, it was how we were going to measure. In our understanding, we thought if we could be in a position to measure progress in terms of construction, we used percentage that by end of the year, for the structures that we are building, we are going to be at 26 to 50% by year end. Now, the technical indicator, it did not describe the measurement in that manner. It described the measurement as a simple count. We had then to go back to national, formally write to them that we've encountered audit findings pertaining to this indicator. How do we move forward? They had then to make an adjustment in terms of the technical indicator description and how it will be measured. Now, how it's done, the number of libraries established per year actually refers to the number of libraries we would have completed in a particular year. We have applied this indicator exactly that way in 23-24 financial year, and we have not encountered any challenges with the AGSA. We are of the view that this issue that was raised in 22-23 financial year, it has been corrected in 23-24. Until now, we are still using the very same indicator. We are not anticipating to encounter any challenges. Thank you, Honorable NEC and Chair.
Thanks, Acting HOD. Back to the chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, NEC, for the responses. Now we are going to check with the honorable members of the committee if there are questions from the responses that you have presented just now. But maybe let me start by checking or asking some clarity, seeking questions before I open for other members. 2014-2015, on the irregular appointments, you are indicating that the case was referred to the state attorney on the 3rd of October 2017. But before that, there was an investigation by the Public Service Commission, which is in one of the attachments, that the recommendation was to say those appointments should be reversed. So the question is, what was wrong, or what is it that you are not happy with in terms of those resolutions that made you to ask for legal opinion? Because by going to the state attorney, maybe you realize that there might be legal challenges in terms of the recommendation. If that was the case, because if you assign somebody a responsibility, it means that you have trust and the recommendations will be implemented. Because if I give you a recommendation, logic dictates that you should implement them. But if you still have doubts about the recommendations, you go for legal opinion. Then why was that happening? But the other thing is the challenge that you were raising about the attorney, the state attorney. That there's a concern about the state attorney, that is there value for money? Because most of the departments incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and sometimes the issues prescribed even before they are thoroughly done with, and we find that we are unable to recover the money as we are supposed because of the state attorney. But the other thing is the Pagamile something, yeah, which you are constantly referring to recover the money. And throughout the report, there are very few instances or no instance where the Pagamile was successfully able to recover any money, but you still continue to use their services. Why is that happening? So my questions: one, consistently Pagamile is not recovering the money. Why are you consistently using it? Secondly, were you not having trust in the recommendation of the Public Service Commission to an extent that you go to the services? And the last question is, according to the update that we're given, that you have been given the legal opinion, Mafelelong, the state attorney, that you can proceed with the reviewing of the matter to court. And the report is indicating that in your employment, there is only one person that is still remaining in the employment. The three that you are talking about, are they the ones that are referred to the SIU for investigation? The ones that are no longer in your department? And then I'll leave other questions for our honorable members. Can we have questions, Honorable Small? Honorable Mapolo, Honorable Lempumbuluni, and Honorable Mantata Mahasela, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable MEC, and let me appreciate your proactiveness as the new administration moving swiftly or pushing certain things to the SAP. And I know that we're dealing with issues of your predecessor. But what I would like to try to understand from the department, to add on to the chairperson's questions, the recommendations of the to reverse came in 2017. For 9 years, there is zero communication. Not. Was it a deliberate attempt not to communicate, not to implement? Was there a memorandum or something that stopped the case? I'm trying to understand why for 9 years a strong recommendation, a very strong recommendation, and nothing. The rest will follow up what the the chair said. I don't want to add on to that. Because I'm glad that the Director of Corporate and Legal is here. Because what is it that you two, those two departments, did or did not do in those 9 years? Because surely I'm trying to understand the system within yours. Are you not supposed to follow up? Are you not having, let's call it senior management meetings to discuss issues of legal application? What are the actions? What should be done? Are these things contained in those minutes? So if I would ask, where's the flow of that information to the MEC? Where do you bring that up? And if it is, maybe those management meetings, if it's been brought up, then maybe it could be provided that it was brought up. The issue of Pakani debt collection, how were they identified? How do you and what does the service level agreement say? Is it purely based on what? Because I want to go a little bit further, because here's a very nice annexure here that speaks to total SMSs, emails, calls, letters. And on the 1.24 million, since you've handed over that to Pakane, there's one SMS on that topic, on that debt collector. There's one email. There are 3 calls, 0 letters. It's in here. But on the other one of 945,000 that was also handed over to them, there were 41 SMSs, 37 emails, 68 calls, 2 letters. Here you've got 2 service providers under that has been handed over to this debt collector. And a massive push on the one side, but a 100% deliberate attempt not to push on the other side. And then it comes back to your oversight role, your legal side, to say, if I'm not happy with the service provider, what is it that I've done? So can I ask, in this period, what communications did you do to the service provider on saying, where are you with this? I'm not happy with the performance. Is there some sort of, let's say, a proof of events taking place, a timeline of events taking place with the service provider, where you actually put the service provider on terms. To the CFO, through you, MEC, how much money has this debt collector claimed or earned on these two transactions or these two service providers? Currently, one. How much has been paid over to the province on that one? There was one third question. MEC, I just heard that that the acting HED made reference to libraries and the structures that you are building, and how do you project manage. Some of the issues that we will be dealing with, and I wonder, it comes a bit later. But I wanted to understand, how have you improved your oversight mechanism role on public works to make sure that what you sign off as a department to be paid is actually what is happening on the ground? And just, if we will talk about the numbers later, but for now I just would like to understand maybe the system that is in place. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ismail. Remember, honourable members, we are addressing the MEC because he's the one who is accounting to Scopa. And just to put on record, Honourable Ismail, me and you have made that the debt collector. You said Pagani, I said Pagamili. On record is Pagamani. So I just wanted to put it on record because I also said something else and I could hear Honourable Ismail also saying something and I'm afraid that by the time honourable members speak, there will be 8 different names attached to this debt collector. It's Pagamani. Thank you very much. And the next to ask question is Honourable Mapodo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm Lawrence Mapodo, member of Scopa. And firstly, one would like just to congratulate yourself on receiving a clean audit. But in my own language, they say, now, I can see some of the issues have been addressed by both the chairperson. I can't go deeper into others. Just to say, there's high level of procrastination, I think, in the department. When you look at issues of financial year 11-12, they are still pending, which I think will send a lot of questions, and we need, especially around the Mandela Day, I think you will be able to expatiate why it took so long. On the issue of acting HOD, and there is a CFO currently, I don't know how long did this HOD position remain vacant, or is the HOD is still around? He went for whatever. I will be clear on that one, because if indeed is no longer is vacant, it can be a problem again. On the issue of state attorney, I think I will just add to what the chairperson said. The majority of our departments are having a serious problem with the attorney general's office. Now, I would like the department to give us a recommendation, a clear one. Just straight to say, this is our recommendation as the department on the state attorney's office. And I think so that this committee can be able to take an informed and decisive decision after we concluded our business. I think, like I said, these other things will come later after we've responded and even in the next question. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumrun TC. On the first question on the irregular appointments, the Chairperson has already articulated on that. On number 2, on unauthorized expenditure on the Nelson Mandela Day celebration event. In this case, the state attorney assessed the debt and made a conclusion that the amount is prescribed and therefore irrecoverable. Therefore, I don't understand the wisdom of the department, Honorable MEC, to go further and they need the services of Pakami Debt Collectors, Collections Pty Limited, Pakamani Debt Collections, to assist in the recovery of the debt. Unfortunately, again, this Pakami failed in its endeavor to recover the debt. And its contract expired in April 2024. So, I don't understand, as I indicated, the wisdom of the department. Why still doing a follow-up and the need and outsource the services of recovering that particular debt, wherein the state attorney has already concluded? Is this Pakami have a certain relationship with the department? I fail to understand that, and we guard against misusing the public funds. And then the other 2 is on the I just want to know how much Pakami was paid for the services which have already concluded by the state attorney. Then on the irregular expenditure, the performance management system, I think the department incurred 1.4 million, and it was reported that it was just the that exercise happened in other departments. So, are we saying that there is not even a single department which have concluded on the matter in terms of concluding it, or is still unresolved as at the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture? Then the other one is just on the fruitless and the wasteful expenditure that the department paid 1.2 million to Vibe Zone, and the Vibe Zone did not show up, and I think it's in a multiple of years since now, and the money is not yet recovered, and we need this money for effective service delivery to our own people, and it's taking long. Honorable NDC, what will happen if Viber Zone, called by God, passed on? What if he's just died, and then, because we are taking long to recover the money, and I think to pay him or her or that group, it was just within minutes. And hence we are failing to pay that money. And then I have also the one on the construction of the library in Vleefontein and in Jauru. I think the Auditor General detected that there is a delayed projects. And I've heard in your explanation that you are putting the measures so that the agent, which may be the public, the Department of Public Works, have to speed so that we don't be found wanting on the achievement of those delayed projects. What are the current status on those libraries? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nampumbuloni. Honorable Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to you all again. Firstly, I just want to give accolades to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture on how they deal with resolutions. I think, as we have already talked about it, to say it is the only department, you know, that take this or the resolution seriously. There's a concern from us or from me about non-implementation of previous year's House resolutions of 2019 to 2020. We understand that the department appointed 201 permanent librarians, and on that they didn't, you know, list the libraries which have been filled with permanent posts. So I'll ask the department to provide with us the list of libraries which have been filled with permanent posts. And then the other one, which it's worrisome, it's about how they say the salaries given to those permanent librarians. I just want to know, because the department said it used conditional grant to pay those people. So I don't know, maybe things have changed, or how did the AG, you know, take it? Because you know how conditional grant are used or is used. The last question, maybe this one, just a concern about this Mapungubye Arts Festival. Honorable MEC, I'm sure you know, in fact you know, when we were together in the Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture, I was a chairperson there, and you know that we found this this thing here, Mapungubye Arts Festival, that other people have been paid and the money, and they didn't come and perform, and the money is not yet recovered till today. But maybe my question will be, I heard that this matter has been taken to the SIU. So I don't know, because the SIU has taken over and is busy with that. So, Honorable MEC, I don't know if the matter has been taken to the SIU, which is a higher structure. Why is it coming back to us as Scopa? I don't know, maybe you can just articulate on that. Thank you very much. Because this matter, when we came in 2019, it was there. Even today, it's still there. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Scopa.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Faith Swopela. Just a quick one, Chair. On irregular expenditure. So the department has incurred an irregular expenditure of 1.4 million. And then the matter got delayed, and then later on was referred to the bargaining council and it was rejected. So I just want to understand why was it rejected? What were the reasons that the bargaining council gave as to when they were rejecting this matter? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to take it from your question, on the same issue of the PMDS, like you said, is a general problem for all the departments. It occurred to all the departments this challenge. But the worrying factor is the inconsistency on how the different departments deal with this issue. In some departments, they have recovered even up to 90% of the amount. So we are just surprised you are still struggling with the communication. So I think MEC, especially at the executive level, maybe you should ask for advices or check with other MECs how they've dealt with this issue. But in other departments there is progress if we need to share with you. I want to make a follow-up on the issue that was raised by other colleagues on the resolution of 1617, unauthorized expenditure. In your presentation, MEC, there was an indication that the individual was demoted, believing that because he was demoted from level 14 to 13, you will be able to recover the money. But to me, with my layman's understanding, if you have this position and you are demoted to another position, it means that there is a vacant position on level 14. You'll correct me if I'm not correct. So, and if there is a vacant position because somebody retired, because we demoted somebody, the fact is that there is a vacant position level 14. And the department at one stage is going to fill that position with the very same amount that we said we are going to recover by demoting an individual. So, so you were trying to solve the problem, but because that money that you said you will be recovering, and I don't know after how many years we're going to recover 900 and something thousand by demoting from somebody from level 9 to, from level 14 to level, because I think the difference between those levels is very minimal. I'm not sure how it is, but it's very minimal. It can be 5,000 if it is more. So let's just assume it's 5,000. After how many years? 5,000, if it was going to be, is it going to make 900 and something thousand? But practically my understanding is that you have hired somebody in that position which cancels the whole thing. So that is what I wanted to raise. But the other thing is the issue, I'm not sure if it is a typing error. 2017-2018, where you are talking about the PMDS, on page 24, where is another question, and pardon me to refer to that. I just want to deal with this matter so that when you come to question 2, it will be dealt with. On page 24, 17 and 18, the regular appointments of employees. So just want to check, is 2017-2018 irregular expenditure on PMDs, because according to the resolutions, it's 2024, 2014 and 2015, which is the regular appointments of, is it the capturing or maybe something that I don't understand? According to the resolutions, the regular appointment is resolution 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018 is the PMDS. Live one. That is what I want to bring your attention to. Yeah. Otherwise, those are the questions from the honorable members. Let me see.
Yeah, thanks very much again, Chairperson. I'm Funani myself for MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. Let me deal with critical questions that requires my my personal response on the matter. Chair, one is around the issue of the capacity of the Department of Public Works as an implementing agent to implement our infrastructure projects vis-a-vis the underspending of the department on such projects. What systems have we put in place to make sure that we redress that challenge? Chair, I want to be honest with you. This is one issue that even Treasury, I've raised this thing with the Treasury, even the AG, even at the level of ESCO, very robust. It's something that will also require the legislature to give guidance through your committee. We have a general challenge with regard to our capacity as government collective to implement infrastructure across the board. It's not a matter of a department. That is why year in and year out, roll over because of underspending on infrastructure projects. I used to say when a system is not working, when a system does not allow us to achieve the objective of a developmental state, we need to change the system. If a policy does not assist us to achieve our goals and targets, we need to change policy. That's one of our critical responsibilities as lawmakers. And I can assure you, Chair, is on record. I'm raising it here in Moscow. And Nagichar, the system that we are having now implement the infrastructure in this government is not going to assist us. You have public works, you have your IDT, you have your Vola Trust, and those agencies, we are not implementing those projects on our own, Honorable Chair, with due respect. We plan for them, we allocate budget, we pay. But in terms of the actualization of the implementation is somewhere else. A person who also has got his own mandate to implement his own internal projects. So you have that type of a political and administrative setup that will not allow this government to move with speed with regard to. It's a problem that I think we need to, maybe at a level of Scopa and the legislature, you need to look into it, because ourselves as department, we don't have any say or influence around it. We will lament every day, but I can tell you, we will not win this matter. But coming to the response, Honorable Numbululu, we have reviewed our SLA with Public Works, acting HOD, to ensure that we don't suffer the same challenges that we used to have, underspending. That we did. We also push that when they sit in their supply chain processes, our department must be represented. And when our department is not happy about the outcome of the process, they must record it. It should be on record. So that, because AG uquirari na chair, I query public works with regard to non-compliance of supply management processes on infrastructure. I query public works, uquirari, and now we are not part of that mission. Even in terms of decision making, the majority are public works people. We are still going to that question, Honorable Numbulu, with due respect of libraries. Where are we now? What happened? We give you detail in terms of our oversight. What is happening in Chaulo? What is happening in Flayfontein, Mampani? All those. We are clear. What is it that happened and what is it that we are going to tell? So allow me not to jump to that question. But I'm just saying we have attempted to change our SLA in such a manner that there is some sort of monitoring. And public works must feel what they account to us because we have got the past to pay. We are suffering a lot of cancellation of contractors on site because of lack of capacity. In one project, Chair, you have 3 companies, very serious implication financially. It's going to up the total budget, you have a deviation, and there will be an audit query. And audit query later, so those are some of the serious challenges that I'm not even afraid to raise them, because I think raising them will assist this government to plan better or change a system in terms of how we should implement our infrastructure projects. Number 2, this one here, Yamapungu. Honorable Maasela Ulela Nete, Regrade Gamuga 29. Yada. And we were failed by the state attorney. You know, some of these cases is because of lack of capacity by the state attorney. Some of the cases, Honorable Smale, the state attorney does not attend the court. You understand what I'm talking about? And finally, there will be a court order that impacts negatively to us. Something that if the state attorney sends somebody there, that case, we had a case. But because we never had any representation from that unit, it's a problem. What is it that we think we need to do about the state attorney, Honorable Dumapodu? We discussed that thing, Mama. Because that's my main concern. And I'm also raising it in all forums. Our take is that we need to build capacity in that unit. Our proposal is that we need to have a dedicated individual advocates to various clusters. We can't say to different departments because we've got 9, 10 departments. You can't have 10 people. You can't pay them. But at least, for example, as a social cluster, we need to know this is the attorney that deals with our departments. Dealing with one person. Other clusters must also have their own person, maybe 3/4 like the clusters, so that we are sure all the cases just posed will be dealt by Honorable Smale if Honorable Smale is an attorney. That is the proposal for now when we're reflecting yesterday, because under this current status quo, Chair, I can tell you, we will come here, there is nothing we're going to achieve through the capacity of the state attorney. It's a challenge that is there. These are issues that I thought politically I must respond to them, Chair. I've got the acting HOD, I've got the director, risk management, chief director, corporate. I hope they've identified all the questions like I noted them. Allow me to delegate them to deal with those specific issues. Thanks very much. HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Chairperson. My name is Mbasa Ngumla, Acting HOD, Department of Sport. Chair, I will answer the questions pertaining to Pagamani debt collectors. I will then refer the questions that talk to the Public Service Commission investigation report to Memamba from Corporate Services, and then they will be able to shed some light. Chair, when it comes to Pagamani debt collectors, it's a panel of debt collectors that were appointed by National Treasury. Ours was to participate in that contract. So you've got about 18 to 20 debt collectors. All of them, they are paid on commission basis. So Pagamani debt collectors was the one that they were actually asking for a much lesser commission. I think it was about 8% compared to the other ones. So we had selected them on that basis, so that as they collect the money, and then they will take their 8%, meaning there is no cash outflow from the department paying them for the service that they are doing. The more they collect, the more they will be able to get commission from that process. So we do have a service level agreement that was entered into with National, which they've shared with us before the participation. How our engagement was structured, it was that they will report on monthly basis. Immediately when we refer the matters to them on monthly basis, they must issue us with progress reports of which they have done, and then quarterly basis we're meeting, or on any ad hoc basis if there is a need from the department to meet with them. So that was the arrangement with Pagamani. It is true when it comes to the amount of I think the 1.2 million, they didn't do much in terms of follow-up then. And their reasoning was that each time they engage with Vibe Zone, they are told that the matter is being dealt with by state attorney. Now they had a difficulty that they can't issue summons if already summons have been issued by state attorney. So that is why they were unable to make as much of a progress and feedback in terms of that matter. I'm sure Mr. Mugonyama will also shed some light in terms of that process. Unfortunately, it is true we have not collected money in these two matters, but it's not only a Department of Sport issue. All other departments, we recently had a CFO forum where we were discussing this very same matter, that these people, their job is purely to chase these debtors, but still departments are not getting the required traction in terms of collecting the money. I know my counterparts at Health, they had the same frustrations. So the contract has lapsed in April 2024. There is a new tender that is out, and the National Treasury, they've appointed new debt collectors there. We are still considering as a department whether we need to participate, taking into account that for the past 4 or 5 years, actually they've not yielded, it has not yielded any results, this process that we've undertaken. But we have been encouraged by our provincial treasurer to consider participating again, even if it means we appoint a different service provider other than Pagaman debt collectors. Indeed, the issue of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure pertaining to Vibe Zone, it is a difficult issue for the department. I think we pursued the matter as soon as possible. Here we've been purely delayed by state attorney for reasons that I think the Honorable MEC has extensively touched on, and is also giving recommendations, because our view is essentially that the state attorney at this stage is not properly capacitated, and whatever matters we give them, they hand them over to another outsourced service provider to deal with them. Maybe at some point to capacitate departments or clusters, it could be the best way forward, because we are running a risk of losing money, because in some instances it's just technicality and being able to appear in court to deal with the matter. So we are having those kind of frustrations, Chair. I think when it comes to, there is a question by Honorable Marcella pertaining to libraries or librarians. Yes, we let me just maybe give historical context on this matter. The department received a community library services grant, which had a start and an end date. Now, that gave us challenges in that we can't appoint people on permanent basis. If the grant at some point it will be stopped. Hence, we appointed the librarians as well as assistant librarians on contract basis. So that if we appoint them permanently and the grant is stopped, we would have challenges in continuing to pay. Now that there was a instruction from National to say absorb the current cohort of librarians, we said we can't do that, because if we do that, we are then attracting irregular expenditure. We would not have followed the Public Service Act in terms of the appointments. We then wrote to them to give us assurance that the conditional grant will be sustainable over a period of time, and we can be able to appoint on permanent basis. I'm sure Member Maburi will add in terms of the actual numbers. We went out on a mass recruitment process, I think starting from 22-23 financial year, even 23-24, and even in this financial year, we are trying to finalize to ensure that the organizational structure is properly implemented, but also the libraries are having capacity in terms of personnel, and they're serving the communities. Honorable, let me see, I think I've tried to touch on the matters that I dodged here. I think the issues pertaining to the Public Service Commission report, as well as state attorney, corporate services and legal services can please assist on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Mabur Mampa. I'm the Chief Director, Corporate Services. Honorable Chair, members of Scopa, Honorable MEC, colleagues, let me respond to questions that are related to corporate services. I'll start with the one that CFO has indicated from Honorable Mantata Mahasela of the librarians. Honorable, the post of the library services, as CFO has indicated, they were funded under library conditional grant. And we were compelled by the conditional grant framework to say in 2024 April, the post must be permanent. And we pushed such that the posts are on our reviewed organizational structure. Hence, we were able to appoint the library assistants and librarians on permanent basis. We'll definitely provide you with the list of the libraries where we have appointed those officials. On the question of the chairperson, you asked about the demotion of the official from level 14 to level 13. I think you are very correct. The amount is very minimal. However, if you check on Annex K, that is a recommendation from the DG that was signed by the DG. The disciplinary process was handled by Office of the Premier. So ours was just to implement. However, let me also indicate that when the official left level 14, somebody has occupied level 14. However, the level 13, the director post where the person was placed, it was a vacant post. We agree that the amount is minimal. However, ours was to implement the directive as per the recommendation of the disciplinary hearing. Honorable Mapolo, I think you are very correct with the procrastination of the state attorney. I think Honorable MEC and the acting HOD have already alluded to the frustrations that we are experiencing from the state attorney. However, I think you also asked a question about the HOD. we have got an appointed HOD, which is Mira Mokopu. I think Honorable MEC, when he made apologies, he made apology for the HOD. Let me also indicate that we are so frustrated by the state attorney. I will not reiterate what the MEC and the HOD have alluded to. However, let me also indicate that we got a little breakthrough last year when we met with the head of state attorney to say we are losing cases not because we are at fault. We are losing cases because state attorney is not coming to the party. So we agreed with the head of the state attorney to say, through the pool of the attorneys that they have, we can identify an attorney who is very compatible with the cases that we are having. Hence, now we are talking about Advocate Kaisa, and he's doing very well. I think, Honorable Small, you talked about the 9 years period. It's true. Those are the challenges that we're experiencing with state attorney. However, my colleague from legal will take us through with the timeline of communication that we held. We ever communicating with state attorney. Hence, we are saying the suggestion that let's have a pool of attorneys appointed through clusters. I think it can assist departments to break through the cases from state attorney. I think those were the ones that I've captured, and allow through you, Honorable MEC and Chairperson, legal to take us through with others. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John Mukonyama. The question in relation to the public service report. In order to, I will put context to the issue. The report of public service came to the department, and around the 3rd of October.
Yeah, MEC, maybe to interject. Please note that these mics are not for purpose that we hear you. It's only for record. So if you don't speak aloud, you can only be heard somewhere else, but us who are in here may not hear you. So please take note of that.
Thank you, Chair. I will try my level best to speak to the top of my voice. Chair, the issue around Public Service Commission report, it came to the department on around 2017. And during that time, the department instructed state attorney. The department there's no issue with the report. The report, as it is, the department was implementing the report. However, it was around the 3rd of October 2017, the department instructed state attorney. The instruction was for state attorney to review the decision so that we can reverse the appointment. Advocate was appointed, a senior counsellor was appointed. At that time, I think it was Senior Councillor Manenge who was appointed to deal with the issue. Several meetings was held. I think around 3 meetings was held with Senior Councillor with the purpose of preparing court document to reverse the appointment. However, along the way, the Senior Councillor didn't prepare any document or even continue with the matter. He just disappeared. And from that time, we started communicating again with state attorney and say the appointed councillor is not doing the actual work we have contracted him to do. And then what is the way forward in relation to the matter? Several meetings was held with state attorney. The letters were sent almost on quarterly basis to the state attorney. And then as years goes and as months goes, we were concerned with the issues, because in law we must do a review within a reasonable time, normally 90 days. So because they consider the time frame that have passed, almost we are talking about 9 years since we instructed state attorney to conduct the review, we are concerned saying, consider the time frame that have passed. We might have a problem when we approach the court in order to convince the court what the department did over this period of time, that we didn't manage to institute the review in time. So in order to tackle that, we said, State Attorney, this is our concern. We are concerned about time frame. Can we get councillor's opinion in regard to the time frame so that we are sure we are not going to waste state money trying to pursue a review that we know at the end we are going to lose. So a new instruction was given again to the State Attorney, say appoint a councillor. That's where Councillor Khaisa come to the picture. So Councillor Khaisa requested all the documents. We provided him the same file we have provided to Advocate Malenge. At the end, he concluded that the department has a prospect of success in pursuing the case, because to him, we can approach the court on the legality ground, of which we as a department, we are saying, if there's a possibility of reviewing this case on legality ground, then we should be able to proceed and review the case. That's why currently, as we speak, after receiving the councillor's opinion, we given him the instruction to proceed and prepare court document to review the case. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Mauri Mampa. I think we missed one question that was asked by Chairperson. You asked about the SIU, the irregular appointments vis-a-vis SIU, which ones are which. The ones that are being attended to by Advocate Khaisa, I think the names of the officials are on Annexure number A. There are about 4 officials, and at this present moment, we are left with only 1 in the department. The rest of the other officials left the department. So that is the one that is being attended by Advocate Khaisa. As for the cases that were referred to SIU, are the ones of the assistant directors. So that is the difference between the 2 cases. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I think we attempted to deal with the questions. Unless if there is an omission, we can be alerted and check our notes. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see the hands of Nyamkumbulone. Maybe let's start with the Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm just worried about the last response, particularly on issues of engaging courts for the review. I just want to check if it's not going to cost other monies and we lose again. Particularly when we go there knowing already that it was supposed to be done in 3 months. We know. So then we can pursue it, like lawyers can pursue anything on legality ground, just to go and argue, and someone will lose at the end. So I just want to check the prospect of us winning there, and whether we are going to spend money on those reviews or not. If we are not going to spend money, we can entertain the courts. But if we are going to spend money, we must not go and entertain the courts. Particularly that we took time. If you look at what we have been talking about recently concerning the Mapungubye of 2011 with a date of 2012 from the auditors that irregular expenditure was not, there's an irregular expenditure must be recovered. We never recovered it. We went to courts, we lose, we spend more money. I don't know. It is here on the if you can read paragraph 36 of the 36, 37, 38. You go to 40. Our own internal from our own risk officers. They also had recommendations. We were supposed to act. We didn't act. It took so much time. We lose. So I'm worried about that last aspect of us engaging the courts to go and lose. But about that, we are also weaker in terms of who represent us there. So those are the questions. That's the comment I want to make. But I'm pleading and I'm making a comment that let's read this what do you call it? I mean, a legal opinion, and look at the facts, because the facts are that we know what we're supposed to do. Why can't we just act than to go and look for a review and then take time, and then whilst we also know the act that any debt in 3 years is prescribed, but we're still pursuing it. So let's try, and because I don't think, even myself, I know that the debt of 3 years is, I'm not a lawyer, if a debt is 3 years, it can't be pursued. So yeah, I'm worried about the chairperson. I'm sorry that I took time, but if you read these things, as government, I think we need to be serious in terms of how we do things. We can't just go and refer everything to lawyers, and then once we know what is going to come back. Sometimes it's just for compliance, to make sure that they work, just to make sure that we delay things, and we need to really deal with that, Honorable MEC, going forward. So, particularly on this report that we got on the Mapungubwe thing that happened over the years. It's 8 years now, 9 years, and these things are still with us here, and they're giving us problems. And I hope that with the new MEC, it will never happen. We'll keep on watching that Mapungubwe must never have this type of things again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And on the first question, I'm going to answer on behalf of the department, because the answer is obvious. If you go to court, there's no way financial implications. There will be costs. And adding to that, remember we have got a resolution from the Public Service Commission to say reverse, not to review, reverse. That's a very clear recommendation. And like I've indicated when I was asking the first place, why did we go for legal opinion? In fact, the legal opinion is just shy to say implement the PSC. They're just, so maybe it was just a typing error. They wanted to say reverse as implemented. Maybe they typed a review. But you can see that they are agreeing with the Commission recommendations. So I just wanted to answer on that one because it's obvious. So I noted Honorable Nampumul, Honorable Mapule, and Honorable Sma.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbruni TC. Let me see. I want to dwell on that demotion of an official. For me, I don't know, maybe after explanation. For me, there is just an element of unfairness and discrimination when coming to conclude cases at the department. For instance, there is an official who retired, and all his money for the leave days was taken. And the department is intending to follow part of his gratuity, our share. You see? But here there is another official in level 14, demoted to level 13, and I think at level 13 there, I think it is at the last notch. I don't know at that particular notch, but from if you are at the minimum or somewhere at level 14 and you come to 13 and you are placed at the highest notch. And when we come to the pay as you earn, they are going to charge him less. Mathematically, if we can calculate as the corporate indicated, but it's a small amount of money, by the factor in of the pay as you earn, the official can end up earning that amount of money, more or less. But looking at the two situations, the one their leave is leave and part of his pension, and that one who is not feeling that much. That is why I come to a conclusion. I found this on the web. That is why I come to the conclusion that there is an element of unfairness. Maybe if we look at the degree of the cases, which I don't know how to measure them. But looking at that one, this one who's taken his leave and his pension for a long time, and so on, and his children and himself, and the other one, it's not just the conclusion which say is preventing him or her to do or to recur another mistake which has been done. That is why I said now, for me, if the cases or the non-compliance cases are slightly the same, is an element of unfairness and also discrimination, that this one is who, and this one must be punished to the death. That one is punished to the death and his pension. And the one is still enjoying and will enjoy also the pension. And some of the people who are said to be reversed that appointment, I think if they left the department, they left with all that amount of money. Because it's taking a long. Whereas we have the decision, as the chairperson is indicating, reverse the appointments. Reverse. Not review, but reverse. I think the person who is interested in the review is done unfairness to the department. And we must punish him or her. But because had we follow the Public Service Commission, why we are going to the Public Service Commission? And if the state attorney can come in to say now, no, let's review this. Why? Because they are unable to finalize some of the issues. Why this selectively? Why this one? As indicated there. So that is why I said, maybe clarified, but I see an element of unfairness. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Namfumbulu, thank you very much. But I think you raise an issue that may confuse some of the people who have not gone through the file. I know we have gone through the file, but I'm saying that question, can you, of comparing the matter which is in other reports with this one, be reserved to when we arrive at that particular time, so that we are able to follow and make comparison after they've presented. What can be an emphasis or also a follow-up on the same matter is that we have not heard you talking about how the department attempted to recover. We just hear that the matter was taken to 1, 2, 3. But how did the department try to recover the money and evaluate that guy? That is an element that we did not hear in your response. Department of Sports and Arts and Culture evaluate that guy to recover the 900 to an extent that you are compelled to refer it for other agencies to assist with the debt collection until the matter is prescribed. Yeah, Honorable Mapolo.
Thank you very much, Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. You see, leadership is known by taking decisions. The real leaders are those that are decisive in making sure that indeed, if this policy doesn't respond to the aspirations of our people, we have to take a detergent or we off-ramp and take another route, which will make us to reach our destiny quickly. Now, I'm saying this with regard to the comments of the leader, executive authority of the department. after a deeper analysis and assessment of the work done or the operations at that level of the department, that now it seeks the legislature to take a decision with regard to how we reach our targets, the policies that guide us. And I think the first one that you indicated, one would say is like clustering all the legal goods of the department, and we create our own state kind of articles from our own internal capacity, which goes well with myself from where I'm coming from, to say indeed this is an opportune time that all the legal goals of our departments must come together and come up with a clear model and make a proposal to the leadership or executive authority and say this is the model which we feel that it can take us somewhere. And I think after you have said that, I will propose that that should happen if it's taken by this House. On public works, similar to public works, I think the implementing agent of most of these infrastructural projects is from public works. It's not you alone who might be seated here crying about how they conduct their business. We're not saying they conduct their business in a bad way, but you feel constrained because your voice is not heard. The reason why you even deposited your employees to go and sit within the supply chain management, of which it doesn't make any impact, inclusive of how you have reviewed your supply, your SLA. I don't think you are feeling any positive impact as seated here. Now, therefore, also, most of these projects that are implemented by public works as a implementing agent also must go a similar route to say there's no monopoly in terms of the supply chain processes which will involve our department. This must be done in collaboration with our own internal units supply chains. And therefore it leads us also to say in the province, most of this infrastructure project, we must be able to think out of the box now and move the supply chain, especially on infrastructure, and have a clear stand-alone entity which will be dealing with infrastructure in our province, strictly dealing with infrastructure project. I think if we are going to take that approach, I think we'll be responding even to the executive authority of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. That's my take on the matter, because why I'm saying this, the matters that are always coming here in this committee, you are repeating things. As I speak, the majority, yes. Now, I think here we must come with decisions which will cut all these bureaucratic dates and the delays. Like I said, it's like we're procrastinating every time. Now, supply chain from Department of Public Works, of dealing with other departments, must come to an end, because it sent a shockwave to the department. And also, when the AG of South Africa is working on your books, it doesn't say public works. And when you come here, now we're going to chop you your head, because no public works. Now, therefore, my proposal, Chair, is that we must have an entity or supply chain which will be dealing with infrastructure in the entire province, must be removed from Department of Public Works, and we have one entity, inclusive of the one of State Attorney. All our legal groups must go and meet of all departments and make sure that they come up with a clear model that will be able to assist us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are not
And
yet
remember,
on-
that is one of the cardinal pillars of
We
myself.
are not yet on the resolutions, so it does hold on there.
I know, I've said it.
Honorable Smart?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. And I'm sorry that we are taking time on this one, Honorable MEC. But simply put, you are going to lose the 2.2 million. No matter how you see it, there was negligence in your senior management on how you dealt with this thing. You cannot go 9 years. And the excuse is to say that, you're tracking to the state attorney and this and up and down, up and down, up and down, and the state attorney is taking too long. The PFMA is very, very clear. 38.1 says you must make sure that there are effective, efficient and transparent systems of financial and risk management and internal control. Then it says, what is financial misconduct by people in section 82? And 86 talks to the offences and penalties. An accounting officer is guilty of offence and liable on conviction to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years if the accounting officer is willfully or in a grossly negligent way fails to comply with the provisions of section 38 and 39 that I've read. Now, if you willfully pass the buck for 9 years to the state attorney, I'm just waiting for the state attorney, waiting for the state attorney, waiting for the state attorney, and you collapse the system, and you don't go external, because that is where the political accounting, that's where the mandate comes. You don't have to go to the state attorney. Nothing stops you from going external. Nothing forces you to knock on that door. You appointed a debt collector in 2024. Not in 2017, not in 2018, not in 2019. So why only then? The debt collector says, yeah, we're waiting for a response. What are you doing legally? There are no written responses here on this file to say, what are you doing legally here? If you go to Annex E, it says, we're waiting for those responses, and indeed, there's a very nice graph. Dashboard report of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. 2.1449 million. Sum total paid, which you didn't want to answer. Because when I asked that question, how much was actually paid? 8% is the commission. But we didn't want to talk about the real numbers here. Not zero. But you're having month-to-month meetings. I heard it. There's reports coming on a month-to-month basis. But you're not resolving the real issue. There's no communication to say proceed, go on, deal with these things. You are not hands-on. You want to pass the buck. If you talk about the R192 Special Investigations and Unit report, so something informed you to go to the SIU. The disciplinary case has been concluded, but something informs you. Let's go to the SIU. Maybe you've got new information, but something has happened. Maybe there's new political leadership that sees something has gone wrong. But in point 2 it says, maladministration in the face of the department and in any losses to the prejudice suffered by the Department of State as a result of such maladministration. The irregular appointments of these staff. Now it talks to what the members have said. We are referring to the irregular appointments that's now gone to the SIU. My question is straight. You are reviewing that process, but you don't want to review the disciplinary case against the said individual. What makes him so holy that you cannot touch him? What makes him so holy that we can fire other people for far less things? But we don't want to go after this person. We don't want to go on precautionary suspension. We don't want to go and do this. Is he made of thorns that we can't touch him? He changed. You must read the disciplinary case file. A tender is 10 million rand. Adjudicated, and he changed it to 10.7 million. He adds another 700,000. Where do you think the 700,000 went? But it's okay. And the people here feel it's okay. But we open the SIU. Honorable MEC, I can say, if you are questioning the process rightfully and you support the SIU, even the PSC supports the SIU. Long awaiting, wanted it from day one. I had to wait 5 years for the SIU to come on board. I want to believe, Chairperson, that the committee must support and must propose a review of the disciplinary charges against the person. Even if you are feeling so strong that it's on that side, why are you not reviewing on this side? On the same matter? Because something is not right. My proposals would be to say to the MEC, let us support the PFMA. Let us support the SIU investigation. Let us review the disciplinary case. It can be done. Not to say that if there was a settlement, it cannot be done. There are court cases that I can give you, court matters, that tells you that you can review such settlements and such agreements. It's clear that the agreement that was reached, the settlement, was a way of not really wanting to deal with the matters, Honourable MEC. And I think your responsibility is to make sure that fair labour practices are being practiced. B, that we treat all staff equally so, regardless who they are, of their misconduct. And it would, on value of paper and on the information that we have received, it is clear that we have not treated staff equally so. And I don't have to make that judgment call, but I do think the essence of the SIU speaks to that, but it speaks that you need to do one step further. The AG says even if you investigate, even if you lay a charge at the SIU, nothing stops you from internally to start a process of a disciplinary action, to start a process of recouping funds because you believe certain things are wrong. Nothing stops you from that. You don't have to wait for the other process to complete, Chairperson. And that I will leave it there.
Thank you very much for that follow-up question. As you are going to respond, Honourable MEC, I also have questions on 2018-2019 resolution, where there was this fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 2.7 million, where the amount of 1.4 was internally investigated and was unfounded. I don't get, unless I'm referred to maybe to one of the annexes, where the department arrived on the issue of unfounded. I don't get an explanation on which processes were undertaken to a point where you come to a conclusion that the allegations are unfounded and it was finally written off. The other thing is there is a mention of the forensic audit conducted by Treasury on the same matter. Before you can even refer the matter to the SIU, but we also don't get the, unless if you are saying the report was not given to you by the Treasury, but my understanding was if Treasury did an investigation report on your behalf, you were supposed to be favored with the findings of those investigations. The other thing is on lifestyle audit. You indicated that you investigated or you audited for individuals. So my question will be: was it a sampling sort of audit, or was it an investigation on the four? We are noting that you said you still having a process to go to other senior officials. But the other question is that you said the one was also who was investigated. You realized that did not disclose, and then I'm saying if to disclose in the department, especially from the senior management, is a policy, what action was taken to that particular individual who was not who did not disclose? But if it is not a policy, maybe it's just a volunteering is fine. But if it's a policy, what did you do for those who are not disclosing? And lastly, maybe this one is just a question but an advice as well. On the permanentization of librarians as per the direction of a letter. You know, a letter is very problematic because can be withdrawn at any time, or can write another letter contradicting the very same thing that you have indicated, unless if maybe you've got a better clarity. Just to say we have communicated and then there's a letter that is saying permanentize those employees because of this letter. Maybe after 5 years or 10 years, we'll be coming here again and saying, didn't you foresee that that letter? I'm not sure, but in terms of labor relations, nobody has ever been employed in terms of a letter. I'm sure you are employed in terms of the Public Service Act. Others are employed in terms of what. There is a policy guiding employment. So that's why I'm having a problem with a letter, permanent, because the permanent appointment has very huge consequences. They have to have all the benefits, medical aid, housing, and what, and of which we appreciate. We are happy that people are employed and they get benefits. But to the department, we are saying, MEC, maybe you must start to work with, or start to work a model that can say in the near future, you have to have a way of gradually budgeting and absorbing those individuals within the public service act, because we don't know what will happen in the near future after 5 years, after 15 years, and those people are permanent and they must be in the system until retirement. With the austerity measures that are coming in and out within their budget, we don't know tomorrow what is the minister going to say about these grants that we are putting our faith on. So the issue of permanentizing people on the principle of a grant, I'm telling you, MEC, from labor perspective, it can be sustainable. So that was the question, or maybe even the question to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm Funani Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. Let me note the input made by members or Honorable Chair. I think we agree with the committee that there are certain things that were supposed to have been done better. But also let me indicate that we we had very serious challenges in that department, which are operation within that department administratively, and it's historical. Our referral on critical issues that we could not resolve on our own to SIU is to close these matters. Is to make sure that the report of the SIU and recommendation will be our baseline to take an action. Mind you, Chair, these issues are legacy issues. It's not difficult, it's not easy for any person via Mola to deal with them. Information is not there. People are not even cooperating in terms of getting that information. And that's why we took a conscious decision that all these issues that are stagnant, the only way for us, because the objective is to take them out of the audit report so that we clean ourselves and start from a clean slate, and we felt the SIU will assist us. But also when you look into the two cases that we're talking about, one of the case was processed in the Premier's office, the level 14 one. It is not within our jurisdiction. You're talking HOD, it's like a Premier's office. We don't have that space as a department, honestly, to deal with it. It's a Premier's office. So now I will advise that maybe in your endeavor to, I don't know whether the Premier's office will come here. If you can also assist us in terms of checking how that matter was dealt with. But ours was to communicate with the said person around a potential or possibility of us deducting the money. And obviously he might say yes or no, and instead you say yes or no, let's say yes, you then need a legal intervention. There will be a legal battle between ourselves and him. It's not just going to be an easy task. That's why the services of state attorney again came into the picture, who communicated with the said person. So we found ourselves in a very serious dilemma, unfortunately, because the jurisdiction of level 14 in terms of disciplinary proceedings or action or consequence management falls within that office, and any decision that is taken there, for us to entertain it, you need some sort of legal intervention. But however, Chair, we have noted the input from members. We will be very much comfortable if we can quickly get the SIU report, because all these issues are there. They're there. And we see how we can implement them so that we deal with all these other outstanding issues. Yeah, thanks, Chair. You got these 7 outstanding resolutions. We don't have that capacity to you need to rely on other sectors or other structures to assist us to deal with. But we are not quiet, we are vocal about them. We are continuously paying oversight to make sure that they get implemented. And we hope after this meeting and the recommendations that we'll get from this meeting, we'll go and make sure that they get key effect. That is the commitment that I can do for now. But the objective, Chair, to be honest, is to deal with all of them without fear or favor. Thanks.
Yeah, I think MEC, as you are saying, most of them are with the SIU. Remember, Scopa also took a decision to say after all the hearings, we should be able to have a way of engaging with all accounting structures, like where all these cases are there, because it's not the only this department that is having cases that were referred to the SIU, but we must understand the history of the case so that when we are given progress, we are also we must also be able to say, but this is part of the history that you have to take into consideration as well. So I think even ourselves, we need to be empowered on the case so that as and when we assist them, because it is our duty to assist the department to implement those resolutions, whether they are at the police, either they are at the SIU, but we must be able to track that resolution until it is implemented. So for the committee to have the background and to ask those questions and even their thinking, it empowers them to have that ability to deal with those resolutions going forward. So, yeah, Emerson?
Thanks, Chair. I'm Maseko Funani, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. Let me hand over to the acting HOD to deal with some of the issues as raised.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, Chair. I am Basangumla, acting head of department for the department. Chair, I just wanted to add on some matters that were sharply raised by committee members. I think one, I needed to be clear on the question whether have we made any payment to Pagamani debt collectors. The answer to that question, we have not made any payment to Pagamani debt collectors. As I've indicated earlier, they make money on commission. If they recover money from our debtors, then they take their 8%. In this instance, they have not recovered any money, they have not received any commission, and the department has not made any payment to them. The issue of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Honorable Chair, that you've raised on page 6, I think there was an oversight from the department. We should have finished the proof of the investigation or determination test that was done for the amount of 1.4 million, because ordinarily when you incur fruitless, irregular, unauthorized, you need to do an assessment, you need to then do a determination test to be able to understand what are the causes, who are the responsible person, and then you follow up with either recovery or consequence management processes. So based on the response that we are giving here is that we've done that investigation, but we determined that the amount of 1.4 million was actually not unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Hence, it was dealt with internally within the department. The other issue of the permanent appointment of librarians. Chair, yes, one of the reasons we took some time to actually appoint librarians on a permanent basis is because we needed assurance from National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, but also from our provincial treasury that the money will be made available. We can confirm, other than the letter, the provincial treasury is aware of the matter that this money will actually be folded into equitable share going forward. We're hoping that in the 2025 MTEF already it would have been folded, but it has not been folded into equitable share. It's still under community library services grant. So we're still going to have this discussion with our national department as well as provincial treasury to ensure that we are not found wanting at some point when the grant is stopped. I think the sooner the money gets folded into equitable share, it then gives us comfort that there will be funding for the coming years.
But maybe still on that, maybe maybe the corporate, the director, that position is again?
Chief Director.
Chief Director, corporate. I was saying maybe as he's going to respond based on what the acting HOD has indicated, by the assurance and the assurance by the treasury that their budget for those employees will be within the equitable share. Maybe we must start a process with the corporate services so that they have to come up with a policy that assures that these are Department of Sports, because it's very critical there to locate them within a particular framework within the organogram of the department. That is what I'm interested in.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. My name is Mabur Mampa. Just to allay your concern, Honorable Chair, prior 2023, those posts were not on the organizational structure. They were out of adjustment. So when we reviewed the structure in 2022, we placed the post on the organizational structure. So for the mere fact that now the posts are on the organizational structure, and we got an assurance from Treasury that conditional grants will be folded into equitable share, where we are seated, we are certain that we are not going to frustrate the librarians, especially that library service is one of our core mandates. So rest assured, Chair, that the posts are safe on the organizational structure. There was also an issue of from Honorable Small regarding the utilization of state attorney and the calls which took a long time. We are guided by guidelines. We really accept that Public Service Act is guiding us, as well as Financial Management Act is guiding us. However, there is a guide to correct irregular appointments, which was issued by Public Service Commission in 2018, which deals with how departments should deal with irregular appointments. The indications are you can't be a referee and a player at the same time. If you made an irregular appointment within, then it has to be taken to court through the executive authority. It's very clear in the guideline for external, to correct irregular appointments. However, the other issues regarding legal, I will allow legal services to take them through. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John Mokwanyama. Chair, the first question was why are we not implementing the recommendation of public service as they are? I think my Chief Director has already alluded to. The department is found in a predicament. It has to follow the law, and where other people's rights are involved, you can't just, I think we wish we can do. If there's a problem, we just go and implement on salary, and then you are demoted or you are dismissed. Unfortunately, where we involve the rights of people or employees, we are forced to follow a fair process. And a fair process cannot come out of a process where we ourselves, we are the referee and the player. We are forced to go and approach the court, and independent court determine the fairness of what we are doing. That's why we are not implementing the recommendation as it is. If it was our choice, the same day we received the recommendation, we will have implemented them, and the party or the person involved will have been out of the system. But unfortunately, lawfulness doesn't allow that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, sir. We are done.
Yeah, thank you very much, MEC. We are satisfied that you, and I can see by members, unless if you have any further questions. But for now, we are satisfied by your responses, where you are unable to continue further, maybe because of the law, or maybe the matter is outside your jurisdiction. We understand, but I think as a committee, we will be able to work with you, together with Treasury, which is the custodian of the resolutions, to make sure that the resolutions are implemented, to ensure that with the difficulties that are there, we are also making progress in terms of the implementation of the resolutions. But we are saying at all material times, we must ensure that investigations are concluded on time, correct, or consequence management is taken, and the recommendations, whether by the chairperson of the committee or any structure that is mandated to perform that disciplinary hearing, their recommendations be implemented as soon as possible so that we don't further incur wasteful or fruitless expenditures in the department. So I just want to conclude by saying on this, because usually the phrasing of the resolution is the crux of what we are here for. That's one big part that we and usually after that we need to have a way forward. We know that there's an item on the way forward, but way forward, particularly on the implementation of the resolutions, we are saying that we are going to continue to monitor the implementation of this resolution, so that in the next year, and then or the next financial year, when you are appearing, and I know that you are not going to appear because you are going to get clean audits, no?
We are fine.
Yeah, but the resolution we will still trace through other means.
The 14-month meetings, they will come.
Yes. So we are going to have our quarterly meetings where we'll check and on the other hand, we'll also be checking with other organs of the state on the progress of your resolutions. So as you get clean audit at the end of the financial year, and ourselves also will be done with the investigation of how far are you with the resolution, so that when you get clean audit, you don't even have a resolution that is outstanding, will just be 100%. But we really appreciate, and I must indicate, colleagues, that the way the resolutions are so detailed, they are
better than yesterday.
No, we don't compare. We talk about
better than the others.
I don't say
I've already given you a crown. So
I'm just saying.
Can we go forward?
The way they are presented, they are detailed.
Yes.
We just had to ask follow-up questions because we wanted to understand the history of the matter. Not that there was information that was lacking. And we would really appreciate to other departments if they are watching that. I used to say, your resolutions must talk. We don't want half-lung answers. So, because if it's a half-lung, you just to say, and then where's the other half? You start to, everybody will just be interested. What happened? What was? And we find that we take the whole day on the resolutions. So we are happy by the efforts of professionally dealing with this resolution, and the way you were presenting them. It looks like it's indeed is not surprising that we are saying we are going to get the clean audit even this. We are not saying others are not going, because we are not comparing anybody with the Department of Sports. That must be on record, we are just saying at least we are done now. We can go into another question even before we go to lunch. And because lunch is not, they are still preparing. We will be told when they are ready. Let's continue with question number 2. And Honorable Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela is going to take us through.
Thank you, Chairperson. Question 2 deals with irregular expenditure. Executing authority on paragraph 31 of the Auditor General's AG report. The AG reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure of 18.7 million. as required by Section 38, 1C2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. The irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with applicable supply chain management, which is SCM prescripts. So the question is, number A, why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 38 1C2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. B, why did the accounting officer fail to prevent non-compliance with applicable supply chain management prescripts? C, provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure. D, who are the responsible officials? E, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? F, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? G, I think it's the last one, this one.
The last one, G.
G, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Mantata Mahasela, for the questions. MEC?
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and honorable members of the committee. I'm Funani Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. Let me indicate, Honorable Chair, that truly this irregular expenditure is something that we need to avoid in future. I want to concede with you, it is abnormal. If you go through the reasons beyond, you can see people were doing things on their own without following due processes. But let me indicate, Chair, that out of the 18.7 million irregular expenditure, which was cumulated from 2011, 2012 until 2020, 2021. We have, as a department, tried to reduce this amount of money as we are speaking from 18, because we make some interventions and collaborated with the Treasury, make our own submission in terms of the available regulations to condone an amount of 5.9. So where we are, it should be put on record, Honorable Chair and members, that we have reduced it from 18.7 million to 12.8 million. And we are still struggling to deal with some of the issues. And I will then hand over to the acting HOD to deal with some of the specific issues and the progress made thus far. What is it that we are doing to ensure that we reduce this irregular expenditure to zero in future? HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC and Chairperson. Chair, whilst you are my name is Mbasa Armstrong Gumla, acting Head of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, just to add on the answer to question 2A. Indeed, irregular expenditure has been a problematic area, I think, across all departments. I think at some point we had 77 million, which over time we dealt with it. More importantly, we were able to resolve, but to also stop incurring new irregular expenditure. But in terms of our assessment was that at the time these transactions were incurred, the department did not actually have sound internal controls, policies, standard operating procedures as to how to deal with supply chain related matters. Even there was no adequate training when it comes to the bid committee members that are dealing with the appointment of service providers. We link these anomalies to the fact that there was a point where there was instability, especially at executive management, where the department did not have a permanently appointed chief financial officer. There was no permanently appointed chief director within corporate services. It's important that there is stability at that level so that we can start to build in terms of the control and how we are processing transactions. If we then move to the second question, which is 2B, the failure to prevent these non-compliances, I think I've touched on them, that it was the instability within the executive management level, which caused the department not to have clear policies, internal controls, as well as standard operating procedures. We are happy that we have managed to put those in place currently. There is capacity building that is happening yearly when it comes to bid committees, so to ensure that colleagues who sit in bid committees, they understand any changes in statute, to ensure that whatever we do is in line with the guiding prescripts, be it supply chain management as well as Public Service Act. In terms of the response to 2C, which is the breakdown of the irregular expenditure, Chair, we noted your observations in terms of the misalignment of the financial years. We will align this table to the Scopa resolutions. There was indeed some typographical errors here. Chair, as you can see, the irregular expenditure that we have as part of the 18.7 million, it emanates as way back as 2011-12. And most of the time it had to do with the Mapungube Arts Festival. And when these matters, they've happened in 2011-12, it's very difficult to get supporting documents, because you need supporting documents for an investigation to take place, and the next step will be consequence management. If officials are still here, if there is a financial loss, there must be recovery processes. So it becomes difficult if we are still dealing with 2011-12 financial years. But we can confirm, Chair, that we are dealing with these matters based on the closeout reports. We are trying to do some desktop exercise to establish that there was value for money on these matters, and then we will make a submission to the provincial treasury. I think the Honorable MEC has already touched on the issue of condonement. We have already condoned 5.9 million of the 18.7, which means our balance is around about 12.8 million. Based on what I've indicated, the desktop exercise we are doing, we are anticipating that before end of March, we will request provincial treasury to consider condonement of a figure of approximately 3 million, which will cover 2011-12 as well as 2019-20. Question 2D, it talks to the responsible officials, which in this instance it had mainly to do with bid evaluation committee members as well as bid adjudication committee members. Honorable Chair and the committee members, we've put the names of the officials as well as their designation and the role they played in the in the matters pertaining to the incurrence of the irregular expenditure of 18.7 million. If we move to the response to question 2A, 2E, unfortunately, apologies. We think the matter has been discussed at length earlier, that the then acting head of department was also found guilty in terms of these irregular expenditures, and for that he was then demoted from level 14 to the post of a director level 13. As we've indicated earlier, the disciplinary process was handled by Office of the Premier. As the Office of the Premier, they are the ones who are appointing accounting officers. It follows then that the disciplinary processes had to be undertaken through that office. But other than the then acting head of department, there were additional disciplinary measures that were taken against the then CFO, who was also charged and demoted. There is annexure L, where we are attaching all the relevant supporting documents pertaining to the answer to question 2F, what actions were taken against the Chief Financial Officer. But other than the Chief Financial Officer, Chair, we also, the disciplinary measures were also implemented against the bid evaluation committee members in page 26, 27, as well as 28. Additionally, bid adjudication committee members, they were also, the consequence management were also meted there, including the chairperson thereof. We do have those annexures in annexure M and annexure N respectively. In the main, colleagues were given a final written warning. The adjudication committee members, at some point there were some suspensions without pay that they were given for a month and 2 weeks. But some of those officials, Chair, who would have been playing a secretariat role, they were found not guilty on these matters. There is one official who left the department and joined the Department of Public Works, who have also referred the matter so that they can meet the disciplinary actions for the irregular expenditure that was incurred by the department, and they are giving us some update. The matter is ongoing. The disciplinary action, I think the hearing was postponed to the 14th of March, which indicates that there are some consequence management steps that we are taking, notwithstanding that the officials have actually left the employ of the department. In response to question 2G, which indicate what are the measures the accounting officer has put in place to prevent recurrence of this anomaly. Chair and honorable members, we have done quite a lot in the space of internal control, because our view is that if we can tighten our internal control processes so that all the transactions that come through the system, they are properly vetted, we should not have a challenge with the end results, which is the expenditure. We have developed a standard, a supply chain service standard, which guides all officials within the department to say how many days do we need for us to procure services, depending on the value, how many days do we need to be in a position to go out on tender. Here we are talking about specifications. How long should business unit submit these, so that we give sufficient time to supply chain officials to be in a position to procure the required services. Some of the reasons for this irregular expenditure, Honorable Chair, you'll find that business units, they don't submit specifications timeously so that we can source quotations, and it puts massive pressure on supply chain management officials. They start to cut corners, reduce days, and we end up with irregular expenditure. So with these SCM service standards, we are trying to avoid that. Also, we've established a SCM compliance framework, which is more of a checklist of the things that we need to look at as we are dealing with quotations, as we are dealing with the open bids. Also, we have developed a procurement plan which we monitor on a monthly basis to ensure that the projects that we go out on open tender for, they are part of our plans, there is budget, there are no surprises. Also, the issues of training and workshops, they are taking place every year, sometimes twice a year. We have already organized one training in preparation for 25-26 financial year, just to ensure that colleagues who are dealing with bid committees are ready and they understand any new legislation that has been passed around supply chain management. Critically, Chair, there is a process that we undertake which takes long, but it's important to verify and peruse the documents before they go to the accounting officer for approval. Before the bid specification for an open tender or the TOR is sent to the accounting officer for approval, it goes through internal control services as well as legal services, where they look into it and ensure that it's not ambiguous, it's clear, we can be able to proceed. It's only after that process then that the accounting officer sign the bid to go out on advert. Same applies with the recommendations from the bid adjudication committee to award. They go through legal services just to double check and ensure that there are no areas that can result in irregular expenditure. These processes, they take time, Honorable Chair, I must say, but they are important for us to ensure that we don't incur any new irregular expenditure. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC.
Any addition from our side? Are you okay? Thanks, Chair. We are done with regard to this question.
Yeah, thank you very much, MEC, and thanks for the responses on question 2, which is regular expenditure. I checked with the third one, they're indicating that the lunch is ready, and I'm proposing that we go to lunch and then we'll come and engage on follow-up questions.
I wanted to eat them and then they eat with a bad stomach. Now,
After lunch, everything. This is happy that we're going for lunch, because after lunch everything will be okay.
Medicine.
No, I'm afraid it was going to take long because I can see the interest, but I know other issues have been resolved. But we come and don't. We were noting, I know, where you want to. And coming back, I'll give you 2 minutes of refreshing. No, thank you. Let's adjourn up to 2 o'clock. From members. Yeah, if I can note hands. Question 2. Honorable Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I've got only 2 questions for the department. If we can check on page 24, under irregular appointment of employees, there's a budget there of an amount of 8.4 million. So I'll request the department to just divide that money. If the department can, the department must just, divide that 8 million so that we can see how they spend it. Another question, I can see, on page 25, under bid evaluation committee and bid adjustment committee, unless if you have changed this committee. But what we know is that Treasury doesn't allow, one person to serve in 2 committees. So there is a certain Mr. Shilowa S and under evaluation, and he's appearing again on bid adjudication. So it's like he's a player and a referee at the same time. Unless if you have changed, then it's fine. But I don't think that if you have changed, this kind of thing is going to repeat again. I think the Honorable MEC will make it a point that if we have these 2 committees, we need to have different people, not to find that the same people are playing and then they're, umpiring at the same time. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, still on that, Honorable Mahasela, we want to make the department aware that indeed Mr. Slowa is the ex-official member in this bid adjudication committee. But being an ex-official, you are a direct participant. You might not vote, but you can influence decision. And after influencing decision, you go that other side, you evaluate the bid where you were directly involved. So just wanted to make you aware that we are aware that he's in this committee, not as a member, but as an ex-official, but we note that he has a direct influence on the decision. Honorable Nampumbuluni, Honorable Machete.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbuluni TC. Again on the in page 25 until the page 30. There are members who are the members of the bid adjudication committee members, and also bid evaluation committee members. sitting at the very same committee member MAC. But when you come to punishments, they are different. If you look at the other members, like in page 30, Rasivuka, 2 weeks suspension without pay. The other 1 month suspension without pay and final written warning. And on the other people is only the final written warning. And when we go on again, on Mukonyana, only final written warning, and the Tubahale, final written warning. Although maybe for some, maybe they are sitting for the second time doing the very same offense or what. But I will get the explanation. For me, if one is 1 month suspension without pay and final written warning, my understanding is that if maybe this one, like Maila, if they get 1 month suspension without pay, maybe it will be there, but maybe previously they get the final written warning and then 1 month suspension, but these are the two punishment, and some are the one punishment. Instead of 1 month suspension, pay 2 weeks suspension, pay suspension without pay, and so on. So I just want to get the clarity there as to what is the reasoning behind having different punishment with the very same offenses. Thank you very much.
Honorable Machesa?
No, thank you very much. My chairperson, member of this committee. It's only the bid and both the bid and adjudication committee. If you look at the members here, and their duration in serving in these committees, the question that arises is, how long shall these members serve in these committees in terms of your policy or established guidelines? And if they then overstay, and in the process of overstaying, they did not do well in terms of handling issues, but they are still extended in terms of rendering service to the same department. And there's nothing done to correct that. What does tell us in terms of how you work? And secondly, there's emphasis more on the issues of workshops. My take is that you only speak to that when it comes to issues of amendments or establishment of guidelines. But generally, these are the people that have entered into the system through their qualifications. And workshop may not replace the knowledge that has been acquired over a period of 3 or more years. So from time to time, who are being told that we are arranging workshop, who are doing these things. Does it suggest that our education system is designed in such a way that we are unable to produce the results that we want? Because it cannot be that when people are not doing well, we always shield behind workshops, seminars, and so on, as if we have just picked these people on the street. Because I take it, it must be just an add, a plus, but these are the people who have acquired knowledge through various institutions and their stay into those institutions. So I think we must come to a point where we are saying, if there's no performance, of course, in terms of the Labor Relations Act, and I'm not even sure whether we've got that unit of labor relations, because advocates will not assist because they may not have done a labor relation as a course, and therefore they would go and seek advice somewhere in order to help the department. It's not their specialty area, unless if they would have dealt with that component of labor relation. So that even on some of these issues that we're talking about in relation to discipline and so on, but at least we know that we've got a unit that when there are these challenges, these are the people who have specialized. We can't go and source the services of an advocate who specializes in criminal cases and so on and think that will deal with the issues of labor relations. Completely different. They don't speak to each other those issues. But in order to shorten what I wanted to say, I think I've said it in the preamble in relation to the two issues on the SCM and how that must relate to workshops and so on, because it's not pleasing at all. It's not pleasing. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Machata. Is there any other question? Okay. Yeah, on the same matter raised by Honorable Machata Mahasela on Mr. Shelowa S. Under Bid Evaluation Committee members, he is the chairperson and he is the former director. Under Bid Adjudication Committee, he is an ex-officio and he is the director. And we believe that these committees are aligned. We have got this committee and this committee. So the surprising issue is that how do you have a person as a former and the director at the same time? But also on page 29, on the summary of action taken against those committee members, on the bid number indicated, Shiloh SS is charged for, or action has been taken for, bid number I've indicated, and then in this case is charged as a member of the adjudication committee, and he has contravened section 45(1) of the PFMA by failing to prevent irregular expenditure in his area of responsibility by recommending the appointment of Magula Promotions to the head of the department, despite that Magula Promotions did not code according to the specification. But the sanction here, maybe if I can also be clarified on this one. It looks like Shiloh is no longer in the employment of the Department of Sports and Culture. He is now in Department of Public Works. Well, maybe on this one we may not take responsibility because there is a tendency of people moving from one department, and if you check their history, most of them in the previous departments have done something. Which brings us to a question of verifications and vetting. Because at the level of director, when you employ a director, you have to have a background of that particular person. And some of these issues, it means that they are not disclosed. And after not disclosing them, you expect the receiving department to institute consequence management on your behalf. Maybe you were not asked, but I think the receiving department must also, if you refer to them that consequence management, to say, but you did not let us know when we asked if they did. So it looks like there's a challenge of transferring members from one department to another without verifying the receiving department and the releasing department. So my question is one, was Shilowa a director or it was a former when he was in those two committees? And how is it possible? Secondly, at what stage did he leave the department, before the disciplinary hearings were conducted, or at what level? Thank you very much. MEC.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I'm Funani Maseko, MEC, Sports, Arts and Culture. Allow me to hand over to the acting HOD to deal with this administrative issue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I am Basangumla, acting head of department for the department. Chair, due to the complexity of some of the issues, I will ask my colleagues to assist in responding to some of the matters. The first question is in relation to the breakdown of the amount of 8.4 million being the irregular expenditure incurred as a result of irregular appointments in 2017-18. Chair, I think at a later stage we can be in a position to furnish the committee with a proper written breakdown with amounts. At this stage, we can cite the responsible posts that incurred the amount of 8.4. It was the Director Museum and Heritage. We also have a Director MEC's office in that financial year. There was a Director Infrastructure, as well as 3 Assistant Director posts. So we can furnish a proper breakdown that will be attached to the amounts as well in that specific financial year. The issue of Mr. Shilowa, indeed, Chair.
Yeah, maybe MEC, before you can even proceed to another issue. Okay. You'll agree with me that when we're still discussing I agree these issues at one stage they are intertwined.
Interrelated, yeah.
So on the very same issue that you are trying to respond, I raised it earlier to say, does 2017-2018, is it an irregular appointment? Does that refers to the irregular appointment? Because in terms of the resolutions, the irregular appointment is on 2014-2015. I'm not sure maybe if I was responded earlier and I did not get it very clear.
Thank you, Chair. We tried to respond on. Thank you, Chair. Mbasa Ngumla, acting head of department. I must get used to it. Yeah. We did respond on it, Chair. We did indicate that there was a misalignment. The correct values, they should be, or the correct years should be the ones that are on the resolution, which is 2014-15. We just need to properly align the breakdown in terms of the year. We apologize for that.
Yeah, I thought you were going to mention it so that Honorable Marcela must get out of this hearing with the impression that that was 7018. It must be noted that the issue of irregular appointment of 8.4 billion is for 2014-2015. And then it is also should be corrected that on the 2017-2018, the issue of irregular expenditure is on the PMDS.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am Basang Gumla, Acting Head of Department for Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, the second question is in relation to Mr. Shilowa S., who was the former Director Supply Chain. He's a former Director Supply Chain. In fact, in all the tables there, we should properly refer to him as a former Director, not Director Supply Chain. In terms of the standard operating procedure that was developed by the Provincial Treasury, and of course different departments gave inputs to, it's such that for open bids, the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee, it should be the Director Supply Chain, and then the same Director Supply Chain becomes an ex officio official at BAC. In particular, when there are SCM related questions that talks to the prescripts, we normally refer to them for an advice in terms of the sections, be it Treasury Regulations or PFN Act. So this was done in that manner, and we can confirm that the official does not have any voting rights other than standing in from an advisory point of view in terms of the law. But Chair, we do take the guidance maybe from the committee that is a matter we maybe need to refer back to Provincial Treasury and see if is it not causing conflict, and perhaps it can be amended, because the standard operating procedure, it is a living document that can be amended as we go forward. Chair, there was also questions pertaining to issues of training and workshop in terms of the bid committee members. I'm glad that the Provincial Treasury is actually moving a step further in terms of professionalizing the supply chain management as a unit. There are specific trainings now that are being implemented for the staff that are working within SCM. It's no longer just a question of the 2 days training and workshops that we are currently dealing with. I think this step is going to assist in future. We'll understand also that the laws around SCM, they're not static, they're changing over time. We now have an approved public procurement bill, which people within SCM, they need to properly understand what is the act all about, how to apply the act. So these trainings come in that point of view, other than just the normal appointment that happens at the beginning. It's important that there are those courses that are implemented to ensure that the skills are always enhanced, Honorable Chair. I think on the issue of when exactly Mr. Shilowa left the department, whether it was before the disciplinary actions were undertaken, can I request the Chief Risk Officer in the department to assist in that regard, as usually she deals with the investigation that leads to the recommendation in terms of constraints management.
Okay, it's fine, thank you, and good afternoon, honorable members and the chairperson. And my name is Peham Maria, the Director for Risk Management in the Department of Sport and Culture. What happened is that in terms of the transfer for Mr. Shilowa, we actually didn't just transfer him. He just moved when the then executing authority was moving to the Department of Public Works. That's where he has just requested the transfer and it was just approved. But in terms of the investigations, why he was not charged within the department is that the Scopa has sanctioned the provincial treasury to make some investigations around the Mapungube for a period of 5 years. That's why when they finalized with the forensic investigations, it found, when it has those recommendations, found that Mr. Shilowa was already with the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. That's why the department has written to the Department of Public Works just to implement those disciplinary. But as of today, we were making a lot of follow-ups in terms of those disciplinary hearings because we thought it's taking time, but we have a trail of requests in terms of follow-ups on how far are they. So we got an indication that the sitting was on the 20th of February this year, and unfortunately it was just postponed to the 14th of March 2025. I think upon receiving that, we will be able to get the sanctions that have been imposed against Mr. Shilowa thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am Basang Gumla, the Acting Head of Department for the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, I think on the question of the different sanctions, I will have to defer the question to our corporate services, the Chief Director Corporate Services. But while I'm still there, there was a question pertaining to the tenure of the members of the Bid Evaluation Committee as well as the Bid Adjudication Committee. The Bid Evaluation Committee is not a standing committee. It's appointed on ad hoc basis by the accounting officer. So it doesn't mean that they are always standing. If there is a particular bid that is out and it's above $1 million, the accounting officer gets to appoint those members to sit as the Bid Evaluation Committee. When it comes to Bid Adjudication Committee members, the accounting officer usually appoints the BAC members for a period of 12 months, so for the entire financial year. And this is a standing committee that sits normally on Wednesdays to adjudicate the terms of reference as well as the award of bids. Through you, Honorable Chair, I wish to hand over to Ms. Mamba to take us through in terms of the process of sanctions and why the different sanctions were ordered for different people, where else it appears it's the same transgression. Thank you.
What the procedure is, Chair, when there is a transgression in a department, depending on the transgression, we have a disciplinary hearing process whereby we request a chairperson of disciplinary committee. Usually we rely, there is a pool of labor relations officer. Maybe let me indicate to Honorable that yes, we've got a labor relations unit in our department. The only bit of a challenge that we're having is that it was headed by the deputy director who has since left the department. However, the recruitment process, we have just completed the recruitment process last week. We are hoping that by the 1st of April, we'll be appointing the new deputy director legal services. As I was saying, we rely on the judgment of the chairperson of the disciplinary hearing. what happens is there is a pool of chairpersons of disciplinary processes. They pick up, OTP picks up competent labor relations officers from different departments, so they become disciplinary chairpersons of disciplinary proceedings in different departments. So depending on remember before you are given a sanction, you have to explain reasons why you are not supposed to be charged whatever. Depending on the reasons that you provide, then during the disciplinary processes, the sanction will be depending on what you shall have said. Some of the members, their roles within the evaluation, they're just ordinary members. Some are chairpersons. So obviously, if you are a chairperson, in most cases, the chairperson is the SCM director or the CFO. So we rely mainly on his expertise within the within the committee. The second question that the chair asked is about verification and vetting. Let me assure you, Chair, that in the department, we are very, very strict with the vetting process. There is no recruitment process that passes us without vetting. We also rely on the completion of the ZD3, and which most of the candidates who applies, they ignore it. There is a portion where you have to indicate if you have been convicted. If erroneously you tick no, and when the vetting process is completed, there is an illicit activity, then we don't appoint such. So we are very strict. I think acting actually earlier on indicated that previously, because there were no permanent position or permanent directors in the department, a lot of anomalies happened. But let me assure you that now we are very, very strict. We don't approve anyone with any illicit activity under this or the law. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm Maseko Funani, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. I just want to summarize two issues, particularly with regard to different sanctions. There might be a number of reasons that the disciplinary committee will consider to issue out a sanction to an individual. And some of those individuals who could have maybe I believe the warning come around, we don't know, or for the final warning. But now what we do is to accept the outcome. We might not be in a position to clearly account for why this sanction and why not this sanction. But I think as specialists, they are using the necessary tools to arrive at a particular decision. The other one, double packing, like CFO, chairperson, evaluation, who presides over the process of shortlisting of possible appointees, and he or she takes that report. Now, he or she becomes the custodian of the report, the evaluation committee, to the adjudication committee. If the adjudication committee considers his report and there are issues that they need to check, clarity or whatever explanation, he is better placed to explain to them. So, and it's regulated, Chair. That's why IBA is done at the procedure. But his influence at the level of adjudication in terms of procedure is limited, unless if one manipulates the system. But the objective is to ensure that the custodian of the evaluation committee, who is the chairperson, should come and present this report. I'll be available for any clarity-seeking questions. I think that is the spirit in terms of the regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But what you are questioning is The bid evaluation committee, after considering all what has happened, should also have a decision. And then it's also part of it. It's fine, it's regulated, you understand, but you are just raising that element of conniving at a particular stage that we have seen in certain instances.
Yeah.
Because if I'm it's like a javelin, I'm throwing it that side, and that, when I arrive that side, I also pick it up, and then it is.
Yeah.
But my question is, now the consequence management must be on bid adjudication comment. Is it a mistake that now you are instituting a consequence management not on the bid evaluation where he has the authority to recommend? Because if I recommend to you MEC and then you accept it, then it passes. Then the person who must be charged is you, not me. Of course, it started with me, but because you also agreed with me and being the second accounting person, then it must be you who is charged. So the question is, you are charging slower here, while he's the chairperson of the evaluation committee, and all those things that you are explaining. But the other thing, you explained that he was transferred. I was under the impression that maybe he just applied and appointed in the. So he was transferred. Why do you transfer somebody who is under investigation, who you have submitted to Treasury that please investigate these people because we suspect that they. Why didn't you say this one? No, we must just finish the action first, and then we'll be released after we have cleared him. And I hope, and when I'm on the disciplinary hearing, it is cleared that when they appear, all these people appear, they appear individually. And firstly, the role of different members is not the same, and also the mitigating factors. I'm going into the hearing, talk to myself, and then the committee will be able to say, hey, but this one, based on the reasons that I may advance beyond, they may be understandable. So I'm just adding that indeed it might not be the same issue. So because of the role and because of the mitigating factors, but the transfer, then you have to
just a rider, chair. Sorry.
And
I just need to put a rider on what the chairperson she's raising. Sometimes one might be educated to say, if an offense or a transgression have happened in this department, which regulations or law and act guide us to say that employee must be appear in that other deal. It's like committing an offense in South Africa and appear in the court of Botswana.
Yeah, Interpol.
I need to get what guides us to do that, because I see a delay, especially with the transfer, the manner on which he has immigrated to that other department by just holding him by hand. It's not a transfer. He was held by hand and say, thank you very much. No, I put it very, I need to be honest. Person was pulled by hand. Chair, and say, sometimes I will be educated along those lines. And one last one is to say, you see, application of rules. As a layman, I might see that you are not consistent in terms of applying the law, in terms of punitive measures. One, can I be guided again or be educated to say, employee A was appearing under this act or regulations, and the other one was appearing either on internal policies because something must guide us. Forget about section 45(1) of committing a transgression or contravening that. But now, when she or he appears, a particular regulation or act must be, or internal policy must be applied. Now, the controversy around application of rules, I think, need to be well defined around those two regulations, or act or internal policy. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbru Netisi. Let's agree, MEC, that this process need to be relooked for other future actions. My reasons are as follows. You see, when the bid committee finalized their bidding, it's going to the adjudication committee. The adjudication committee requests all the people who have applied and they redo it. And then after that, to the HOD. But in this case, you see, I'm so sorry, the House. I cannot accept that one. I really don't understand. Because this is the same people in the same committee. If we look at page 26, Baloi may the soul rest in peace. The CFO was charged there. But the bid evaluation committee, we have 1 month suspension without pay. I think it's Mangwana or Angwa, something like MM. 1 month suspension without pay, and the final Mavuta, the same. Mujaji, the same. Then when we come to others like Manshele, they are not the same. And when we come to adjudication committee, Maira, 1 month suspension without pay, and the final written warning. Rasivutla, only 2 weeks suspension without pay. My intake is that those who are presiding to these cases must also take the benchmark for previous sanctions on different cases. Because I cannot sit around one committee, the other receive the different sanction with me. I mean, whatever, whether I'm like the propagandist, like that one who was working during the Hitler period. Whether you are a propaganda specialist, but you transgressed this with others. I don't know how to explain it to. Maybe I was out when they take a decision. I was on the phone. I was not. But the gist point is, how do we prevent the element of mistrust and bribery to the person who are presiding on the issue? Why I understand that I can do something wrong together with Machete and receive the different thing, but here the prescription is very straight. That is section 45(1) of the PFMA. The very same section, and that is not the chairperson and even the ordinary member. But my main worry is the people who are presiding on these things. And for me, like she said, I think the HOD have to relook at all these things. The HOD should have been charged. The HOD who signed all these things. You see, when it comes to that, if they add somewhere and you just review, and then even the mistake from the bid committee, adjudication committee until the highest level. But for me, these people should have been maybe warned, and the HOD should have been charged for all these things which happened. But I'm saying to the department, let's look at the chairperson or those who are presiding on these sanctions to say, but can we get the reality? But if you are my friend, if we are drinking together, I get 2 weeks and some 1 month pay and final warning for the very same, and we sit here as we are, is totally unacceptable. And I think I'm making an input, Honorable MEC, that let those who are presiding be benchmarked with the other thing, because bana ba bangwe ba go tambula bangwe ba go gwebiwa mengwetsi yotlhe ka zwithu zwithihi zwe ba ita zwone. For me, it may be subjective. For me, it's not acceptable.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Nampumbuleni. And I think you put your stand that you don't accept the explanation. We are noting that. But I further say, in terms of grievance procedure, it allows, even if we commit the same crime under a certain legislation, we can't be charged as a group. And immediately we appear one by one, the likelihood is that the outcome of the hearing might not be the same. If we are coming in a group, well, I agree with you, but immediately they say, Nampumbuleni get in, after that is me, after that is that, the likelihood is that the outcome might not be the same. But we are noting what you are saying, that this is not acceptable. And in short, what he is saying is that let's ensure that when we conduct disciplinary hearing, it become objective and fair. We can close it on that note. Honorable
Thank you, Chairperson. Before we close it, I just want to say to the department that we are here, and then we gave you the questions in order to respond, and then if your response is not, it's not, I mean, if I don't understand, and then maybe I want you to communicate further so that we may have that understanding. So that's where we need to put our things down, and then you respond, so that when we get out of here, then I go out with the understanding that at least the department has responded to what I didn't understand. So I concur with Honorable Nampumbuleni, and then even that one, Honorable MEC, yeah, those two groups, this man, Shilowa, doing this and doing that. I still say, even though you said, hey, he's allowed to can be in that bidding and even evaluating. So I do understand, but I think in future we need to look into that, as they've alluded to, because you'll find that a person is having, interest of some kind, and if you look into things like that, it's going to assist in future, and that is why I asked the MEC to say, unless if those people are no longer there in that committee, if maybe you have done, or if maybe there's another committee which has been elected, then it will be fine. So that's that. We are not here to be like hojas or what. We are here to assist the department, so that maybe our clean audit, clean, I don't know how to call it, but at least we need to assist each other or one another, or your department even on top every time. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, and I hope that, I'm not sure if you still have, because there were other comments and other questions, but the last one would be your record with the measure, the last measure there where the bid adjudication of bid adjudication committee recommendations for bids are reviewed by departmental legal services before award. That is not in terms of what must happen in terms of supply chain management. You can do for checking, but you can't put it as a statement to say the bid education committee must report to the legal department. The legal department is another section. The bid education committee has where it's supposed to present its recommendation before, but we could advise if you can rework this sentence to say to prevent all these things, we just need to the legal opinion to check if they have done all which was supposed to be done before it goes to the relevant people in terms of reporting. What I'm saying, MEC, bid education officers, they're not reporting to the legal department, but you can use that as a measure to tighten the leakages or to prevent the leakages that are there. But as it is here, it is irregular. So if you can just rework and put it in correct perspective. Yeah, MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson, MEC Sekofunani, Sports, Arts and Culture. I think I agree with you, Chair, with regard to the content. Agree immediately the BAC if the HOD is the last line. But anyway, between them, there will be due diligence. But the fact is that the BAC report is being considered by the HOD. That if any due diligence that you do is not part of the main chain, I think we agree, Chair, we need to review the statement so that it doesn't such as something else. Yeah, we agree. And we have also noted, Chair, submission by honorable members. We are a listening department, Chair, and we take this committee very, very much serious. Issues that they are raising here, we are noting them. We will make sure that we follow consultation amongst one another, because we meet with executive management timelessly. We engage very robustly. We always try to check what the regulations are saying when we are executing our mandate. So I think we have noted all the concerns. In the next period, we will be better persons. We'll even account to the portfolio committee, the chairperson is here. I was talking to him outside, Chair, that some of these issues, even in the portfolio committee, must be standard agenda items. So that before your annual oversight role comes in, but during the course of the year, on quarterly basis, the issues remain in the portfolio committee as issues to be considered. Yeah, so we are 100% agreeing, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And remember, as Scopa, we are doing a post-mortem. We're talking about the past, but the past assists because it can assist us going forward in the future. So that all these issues that you are raising, we are aware that some of them we are just raising and they happened in 2012 and 2014. But they must assist us going forward so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. So with that, let's move to question 3. Questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbroni TC, the member of Scopa. Question 3. yeah, question 3 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executing authority on page 167 of the annual report, the department did not incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the current year. Cumulative fruitless and wasteful expenditure as at 31 March 2023 amounts to 2,401,000. Why did the accounting officer fail to investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred? Uh, 3B in page 35. How much of the fruitless and the wasteful expenditure did the department recover? C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? E. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? Or G, F, so to say, is not numbered, page 36, if you can see it there. It's not read. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I think it's the last one. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nyampumuloni. MEC.
Thanks very much. I'm Funani Maseko, MEC Sports Arts and Culture. Let me first start by apologizing for not having number F, which is number 6. I think it was an omission, Chair. But also what impresses me, Chair, is that if you go through the annual report, page 167, they are saying we did not incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the period under review. This fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we're talking about here, 2.04 million, it's cumulative from previous years. To me, it shows a bit of an improvement from the department, but allow me to request the acting HOD to deal with the specific questions from A to HOD.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I am Basa Ngumla, acting Head of Department for Department of Sport. Chair, indeed, for that specific year, 22-23 financial year, the department did not incur any new fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And this is attributed to the internal control processes that we have implemented as a department to avoid any new fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And our goal was to try and deal with the opening balances. So the amount of 2 million it emanates from the opening balance. Chair, we can confirm that the department did perform determination tests to establish the circumstances around who incurred this fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 2.4 million, what are the root causes and so forth. There is a report, Annexure O, which talks to the investigation that was done by the department, but also the Auditor General did perform some investigation on these matters, and they gave their report and recommendations. So we asserted that the investigation was indeed done on these matters. If we then proceed to the breakdown of these values in terms of page 32. We thought it's important, Honorable Chair, just to give a brief background in terms of these matters, and they are interrelated. I think earlier we spoke about the irregular expenditure that was incurred under the banner of the iconic Nelson Mandela Day celebration, and we indicated that there was a specific budget and the department exceeded that budget, and it resulted into unauthorized expenditure. But over and above that, there were additional services that were requested by the department to expand the contract orally, which then led to disagreements when it comes to payments. And based on the investigations that were done, the then acting head of department instructed the service provider to perform certain items that were outside of the contract, and when it was time to pay as a department, we disputed these payments and were then taken to court. The court considered these matters and they awarded the plaintiff, in this instance it was a company called El Rato and Muluk Events. We were ordered to pay the capital amount of 1.4 million plus interest from 13 March 2012. That is how we incurred that particular interest, and it was subsequently paid by the department. The second matter, again, it relates to the 2016-17 Mapungube Arts Festival, where we appointed a service provider to assist in organizing, marketing, as well as execution of the Mapungube Arts and Heritage Festival for the year 2016-17, 2017-18, as well as 2018-19 financial year. Unfortunately, the service provider could only perform the service for 2016-17, and the contract was then terminated, as the assumption was that both parties, they've repudiated the matter. But before the termination, the appointed service provider in this instance was Magula Promotions Pty Ltd. They had actually claimed for specific services that they've performed before the termination, which amounted to 2.9 million. I'm now on page 33, Honorable Chair and members. Again, this matter was taken to court, and Magula Promotions, they won the case and were ordered to pay the capital amount of 2.9 million with interest of 10.25% per annum from the 5th of June 2017 until the final judgment. And the total interest that was then paid by the department, it was 953,066 rands, 0.15 cents, and it was paid on the 23rd of September 2022. There was an investigation performed also by a provincial treasury. There was actually a forensic investigation that looked at a whole lot of Mapungube Arts Festival events that took place in the department, and they made recommendations which included some of the disciplinary actions that were taken in the previous question. Chair, if I then move to the question that talks to provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is B. I've already touched on those matters. We've got two items, which is the interest paid on the litigation matter relating to hosting and staging of Nelson Mandela Day celebration, and the amount it's 1,448,000, and the interest paid on the court order payment relating to Mapungube Arts Festival for the year 2016-17, and the total amount was 953,066 rands. In total, they gave us a total of 2,401,066 rands. Yes. The next question is how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? Honorable Chair and members, unfortunately, on these two matters, the department was unable to recover any of the monies. It takes us back to the processes that we had to follow via the state attorney, which they failed in assisting the department in these two matters, together with the appointed debt collector, which we also explained at length in our previous question. But Chair, I think what is encouraging, at least at this stage, is that both these matters, they are subject of the investigation that is currently being done by the SIU in terms of the Presidential Proclamation number 192 of 2024. We are hoping that with the investigation that is done by SIU, we can find different recommendations that will assist the department in recovering these monies. I think the main difficulty on these matters, Honorable Chair and members, we have a transversal debt management policy that requires the department to get acknowledgement from an official if they are owing the state to accept the liability. In this stage, we failed to get those acknowledgement letters. We're confronted with a response from lawyers as we are trying to recover these monies. If you move to the next question, which talks to who are the responsible officials, you see, we are indicating that the then accounting officer, which was Mr. Mangana in this stage, and there were some disciplinary actions that were taken against the then acting HOD, in that he was demoted from a chief director level to a director level. It's the process that was undertaken by Office of the Premier, which you've also touched on in terms of the other irregular expenditure that were incurred by the department. Number E, what actions did the accounting officer take against the CFO? We are indicating, Chair, that the CFO at that time was Mr. Baloi, and he was charged and also demoted from level 14 to the director level. There is an annexure L that talks to that particular demotion. And in 2016-17, the then financial officer was also charged and dismissed. There is annexure R that talks and supports the response to the question. And question F, which talks to what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. Honorable Chair, when we analyzed the root cause of these events, it talks to the procurement process that was in some instances contaminated by the then accounting officer, in that you can't orally expand the contract that has been concluded and add certain things. The end result is that there will be disputes in terms of payments. So we still insist that in order to resolve these issues, we needed to tighten our internal controls, especially the internal control unit. At this stage, they do check, do a pre-audit in all our bids, including quotations, to ensure that we don't have issues when it comes to supply chain as well as contract management. I did touch on the trainings and workshops that we do conduct, but also as a department we do educational awareness to all staff in terms of the SCM processes, to ensure that colleagues are aware of what our SCM processes do entail in circumstances where there is fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is incurred. Taking into account all of these processes, that's where the department then implement consequence management. But we have also introduced an interactive payment register which assists us to track invoices from the execution of projects until their payment, so that we pay all our payments within 30 days and avoid any incurrence of interest on overdue accounts, and thereby avoiding fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Honorable members, do you have follow-up questions? But I think these issues were dealt with in the previous, but if there's something that we need to raise, we are free to do so. Honorable Member, Honorable Nambumbuluni.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempo Murontisi. I'm happy by the action you are taking as the department. Indeed, you can demote. Demotion. I've never come across with any department which demoted people, but you are applying consequences management. But however, one second, Chairperson, while Magula promotion won in court and you demoted the chief director to director and the CFO, Chairperson, yeah, I'm saying while Magura, yes, no, I respect.
Administratively.
Yeah, while Magula won the award in court, and you demoted the CFO and demoted the chief director, is it possible that the ordinary members on the bid evaluation and adjudication, especially those who have been taken 1 month salary and so on, is it permissible by law to review it so that the ordinary mangwana and what they get their dues? Because is it permissible by law? Because at the end, we were able to do sanctions on a specific relevant people. Is it permissible or is not permissible? So next time, so that those who are at the highest, they shift the blame to the lower ordinary officials. Because when you append your signature as the final person, you are assured that indeed these things are accurate. So we want, Mr. MEC, your department is doing very well, and we want you to have a clean audit without any material findings. That is where we want the department to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nampurun. We are aware that what Honorable is raising on is two different matters. But just to add to say, it is that the CFO is appearing in both the irregular expenditure as demoted and in the wasteful expenditure as demoted. I think that is where your question is originating, as you are going to ask.
Sure.
Honorable Scopa.
Oh yes. Before we can give my name, sorry, Chair, my name is
So I did not see your hands.
Member of Scopa. That's fine, Chair. I raised it up. I just wanted to check on page 32 that we must refer to Annexure O for the respective investigation reports. Now, the investigation reports are not here in the file. This file refers us to the memory sticks. Wanted to check if we have the memory sticks for these investigation reports, similar to the payments that were made, that were referred to Annexure P and Q. there's no proof of payment in these annexures. So I wanted to just check that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. You raised something very critical, yes. Yeah, Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm Funani Maseko, MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. Let me allow the acting HOD and the executive management to take questions that relates to their area of speciality. Can we start with new HOD and in that order?
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mbasa Ngumla, Acting Head of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, the question is to why Magula won the case. It will be very difficult, I think, for us to answer as a question, but I will request our legal services to attempt to answer the question. As a department, we had finished the state attorney with all the required information. It will then appear as the arguments, the judge find the story that was presented by these two companies more compelling and more maybe truthful with evidence, and they were then awarded, and we had to comply with the court judgment. Honorable Chair, in terms of Annexure O, because of the voluminous of the document, we could not put it here. It would have taken maybe 2 or 3 files. We then opted to put the information in the memory stick, and when we submitted our files, we had those 45 memory sticks that were talking specifically to Annexure O. In terms of, I think, Annexure P, I can see that we have the court order. I'm not too sure what happened to the payment, but the long and short is that we actually made a payment that talks to the court order, which is an amount of 1,447,800. We could, Chair, send the payment maybe immediately after the session, because we do have those copies of payment. I will then maybe request my colleagues, starting with the Chief Risk Officer, and then we'll hand over to the Chief Director, Corporate Services and Legal Services, to attempt to answer some of these questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Peham Maria. I'm the Chief Risk Officer of the Director Risk Management within the department. I think mine has been just covered in terms of the memory sticks. We've just submitted them with the file, taking into consideration that the forensic report is something like 300 and something pages, and the Mandela Day is something like towards 100 pages. So we just agreed with our coordinator, Mr. Mukari, that we need to put those reports within the memory sticks. They are available with them, the secretariats. I think they will be able to distribute them along. Yes, to distribute them along to the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John I will attempt to answer the question in relation to why Magula won the case. To put it in the simplest way is that at the time Magula took us to court, the dispute was in relation to the contract price. The service provider and the department had a different version of what did they contract for. The first version was, remember during that process there were 3 amendments to the contract price. There was the first contract price where the appointment letter issued out to the service provider that says the the contract price was for 10 million. And without confusing the time frame, within a short period of time, there was another letter that was issued by the department to Malfuna again, saying the contract price is 10.7. And there was again the third letter issued by the department saying the contract price was 12.6. So department was of the view when we defended the case that for us who were of the view that the contract price between us and the service provider was the 10.6. So the service provider was able to prove to the court that indeed there was a meeting. It was late in, because all of us were surprised because we at all times we were not aware of this. The service provider was able to prove to the court that there was a meeting. We had a clear, even precise information relating to this issue. He said there was a meeting. It was around 11 o'clock in the evening, and in order to prove to the court. And in that meeting, they even went and buy the KFC. So the court was clear indeed that meeting took place. That's why at the end of the day, that's the reason the court was they had more initial material that support their case than the price was changed from 10 to the last contract. So unfortunately it was a bomb to all of us who were there. But the court believed their vision because they are evidence that probational end in that they could even support and say that we went out and buy the KFC and then this is what is the contract. That was the story of the department of that day.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Funani Masego, MEC, Sports, Arts and Culture. And if you can look into our report, it around 1%. The acting HOD at that time, Mange. To be honest, Chairperson, you can see there were no systems. For Batwano, we are calling Baswara meeting, extend the value of a contract that was signed by different stakeholders using authority and law. It's regulated and it should be executed in a more responsible manner. That is the situation, Chairperson. Now, any recommendation on the matter, I will go and implement. Thanks very much.
Follow-up questions. Let's start with Honorable Machete. But before that, Honorable Scopa raised the issue of memoristics.
Yeah.
We don't have it, but we have checked with the committee coordinator, Mr. Mkari, who is not well. He confirmed that indeed he have those. Yes. Maybe he forgot to give us, because yesterday when he left he was not well as well. So we just wanted to clarify that they are there, and we believe that the explanation summarizes what is in the memoristic, and the questions that are coming, maybe they are they want to know more, and because we know the contents, will be able to clarify. Honorable Machete and Honorable
Honorable Machete, please, member of this committee, I'm tempted to indicate that the response on the contract price has been sufficient enough that we may not want to proceed. I think the manner in which it was put before us, in my view, is sufficient, and therefore to labor on that aspect will not be able to assist us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Machete. Honorable Nampumpuron.
Yes, like he's saying that we're able to, you see, with three different figures, I think the department that we have taken an action I don't know whether it's the very same person demoted to chief director, demoted to director, 2 times. No, maybe it's on the different sector within one department. So while we accept that, you see on the shenanigans on the different prices, which is actually an open corruption, and which we think the department were able to take action. I don't want to go back, but if it was me, and with the evidence of the KFC at 11 o'clock, if it was me during that time, the poor ordinary officials who were punished unnecessary, I would have taken another route. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you can be the MEC can co-opt you.
Yeah. I will recruit you.
No, but I think that was just a comment. And remember, Honorable Member Mulu, the then acting HOD was a chief director appointed. HOD was acting. So you can't be demoted when you are acting. So he was not demoted from the HOD. He was demoted from his position as the chief director to director.
Okay.
Yes, yes. So are we done on question number 3? Can we go to number 4? Chairperson of the portfolio.
Thank you very much.
We are happy when you ask questions, so that when you go to your portfolio, you are able to fast track these issues. So
Thank you.
We just want you to be on the same level with all the committee.
Thank you. Am I also allowed to read question 4 so that we move?
Come again?
I'm not having any question now. I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. My earlier comment still stands on the issues of review, because the reviewers here, the review here are not going very well.
Oh, you want to read the
their
question?
own report on the issues of review.
Okay.
I still say the same thing on that one, and I will never change like Honorable Nempumburu. We lose a case on the basis of a KFC bought in the night as evidence. So the issue of reward, we keep on reviewing. I think that one is an issue that we really need to look into. We need to know, before you take a journey, you know where you're going and you know how you're going to arrive there. You can't just get into your vehicle and start moving around and you don't even know where you're going. So we must know how we're going to reach the destination, and this is what is going to happen, and we prepare ourselves properly. So if we know that we're not going to arrive and the petrol is not enough, we must not even try and check the journey. So I think the issue of renewal is a problematic issue. Let's not waste state resources on courts and entertain courts. That one I'm still standing on it. Otherwise, someone is working with somebody to make sure that we lose all the cases. Yeah, that's the comment that I wanted to put. But I wanted to move on, if I'm allowed to read question 4, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
That's what you want.
No, it's fine.
I'm allowed.
It's fine, Chairperson.
Member of this committee. Okay. Material understanding of the vote. Executive Authority, on paragraph 7 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reports that in the appropriation statement, the department materially underspent the budget on program 3 by 32,044,000 rand. A, why did the department underspend the budget by 32,044,000 rand in program 3? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? D, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the occurrence of the anomaly? I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mdaga.
I need to be educated. The chairperson of the portfolio on sports, arts and culture, seated in Scopa and go through the questions which members of Scopa, the worst part I've not yet even questioned. Is it permissible?
That is why he requested, that is why it was a request, and then we just said no, continue. Not looking into that. Of course we can look into that, but the permission was not based on any guideline. It was just because he requested, and I allowed, and I take responsibility. And because he's there as a member, then, but let's take note of that. Let's not try to discuss about it. Take note of that,
the reason why I'm asking
and we will address it accordingly if needs be. Thank you, Honorable Mapolo. Honorable MEC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to request the acting HOD to respond with our team, then I will summarize.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, Chairperson. I am Basam Gumla, Acting Head of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, indeed, it is unfortunate that the department underspent a total amount of 32 million in the year 22-23 financial year. We have advanced reasons as to why we incurred that under expenditure, Chair, and we've tried to break it down in terms of economic classification. We underspent a total of 10.4 million under the community compensation of employees. This particular under expenditure, Chair, it emanates from the recruitment process of librarians as well as library assistants. We had finalized our recruitment plan and it was advertised around March 2022 with the hope that as soon as the year starts, we would then be able to make the necessary appointments. However, we were confronted with a arbitration award, which I've also touched on earlier, that there was a correspondence from National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, where we were given an instruction to absorb the contract workers at that time who were serving as librarians as well as library assistants. Unfortunately, we couldn't execute that letter and just absorb people without following the procurement processes. We had to challenge the arbitration award through a court process, and it meant at that specific time we couldn't then proceed with the recruitment plan and appoint for the very same positions. This then resulted into the delays in terms of implementing the approved procurement plan, as we only started around the month of October 2022, meaning we had paid the officials for 5 months if you take into account October until March 2023. So that is the first part that talks to the compensation of employees. The large bulk of the under expenditure emanates from the infrastructure projects, which are made up of maintenance for an amount of 5.8 million, as well as the new construction of libraries, which talks to a value of 5.6 million. When we add those two amounts, they give us 21,585,000. Chair, we are using the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure to implement our infrastructure projects. In the past, we used to use the independent development trust, which we experienced challenges. Then we had to take our projects to Public Works with the hope that they will move with speed and ensure that we spend the allocated funds. We had confirmed the availability of budget with Public Works before the commencement of the financial year 22-23. Unfortunately, through their processes and delays, the contractors were only appointed in the month of August 2022, which was almost 5 months in the new financial year without having any expenditure on those projects. After they have appointed the contractors, through our oversight and monitoring in terms of how the projects were going, we noted that there was slow progress. When we appoint or when the Department of Public Works appoint contractors, we normally get works program that clearly indicates on monthly basis what will be done, which milestones will be achieved, plus we get a cash flow projections which give us an indication that roughly per month how much are we going to spend on these projects. When it comes to all of them, that the new libraries that we wanted to implement for 22-23 financial year, it's Chaulu, Vleyfontein, Sekhukhune, as well as Buchabelo. All of them, they were actually behind schedule. We then had to have a series of meetings between the two HODs, the contractors, where we were sharply raising our displeasure and dissatisfaction in terms of the performance of these contractors. I think around December of 2022, we met all the contractors and we requested them to give us catch-up plans and the revised works program that will convince us as a department that we will be able to complete these projects within the specified 12 months and that the department will ultimately spend the allocated budget. Unfortunately, only one contractor, the ones who were contracting Buchabelo library, managed to provide reports as well as catch-up plans as to how they are going to implement these projects. The other three, for Chaulu, Vleyfontein, as well as Sekhukhune, they failed to provide such catch-up plans and revised works program. We were then left with no any other option. It was quite clear that the work was not going to be implemented. We had to move towards termination of those contracts together with the implementing agent, Public Works. Now that meant the expenditure that should have been used for the project, it came to a standstill as the Department of Public Works has had to restart the procurement process to have new contractors in those sites and to start the work where the old one left off. So that's one part that cost the massive under expenditure of 15,961,000. When it comes to maintenance, Honorable Chair and members, we had a budget of about 18 million in that particular year, and we had shared our plans with the Department of Public Works, and they indicated that they had a panel of service providers that they will allocate per site and execute this maintenance. But again, the process just became slow, almost the same with the construction of new libraries. We then took a management decision that since we are facing challenges with Public Works when it comes to new construction and now maintenance was also a challenge, we went to IDT as an agency of public work to implement these projects. They accepted them, they did their own procurement process. I think the difficulty at that time, they wanted to appoint one company to do maintenance of about 9 structures. We started then to question the entire procurement process. How did it unfold? We then requested the bid documents, and Honorable Chair and members, what we found there, it was irregularities that as responsible officials we could not just close our eyes and say appoint. We had to formally write to them, indicate the areas that we are not satisfied with, and we abandoned the entire procurement process. as a last resort, we engage with the Department of Health, which at that stage they had as well a term of maintenance and upgrades. So we participated in that process through Treasury Regulation 16. We also consulted Provincial Treasury. They allowed the department to use that panel of contractors, and we appointed them, and they executed the work to the satisfaction of the department. However, Chair, by year end, they couldn't spend the 5.8 million, which is reflected on page 38. So that is in summary what makes the under expenditure of about 32 million that is reflected in the annual report. Over and above that, Chair, we wanted to also cite that the status as at the end of March 2023, per library, Buchabelo was sitting at 18%, Vleefontein was sitting at 7.32%, Sikukune sitting at 5.3%, Chaulu was sitting at about 5.2%. When it comes to Mula Mula, it's an old project that was executed by IDT. However, because of the volatile situation around Mula Mula, there were a lot of stoppages by communities in terms of this project, and we couldn't also complete it on time. Hence, we ended up at 78% at that particular financial year. Chair, if I can move then to question B, which talks to the responsible officials. We had trouble, Chair, in writing down the names there. We discussed the matter at length with the Honorable MEC, who was also not happy. But what we wanted to just indicate, the names of the officials we are seeing there are the names who are responsible for these projects at a high level in terms of budget holder and all of that. But when it comes to the actual implementation of this project, it's public works, which the department does not have full control of what happens there. It was where at that specific time the department was not fully participating in their SCM processes to check if the appointed service providers, do they have capacity to indeed be in a position to execute these projects. However, as indicated, these are the names of the officials who were responsible for these projects under page 38. And then there's question C, which talks to what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials. Our response there as a department, Honorable Chair and members of the committee, is that the accounting officer could not take any disciplinary actions when it comes to these matters. The issue of the delays in appointing librarians led to under expenditure in the compensation of employees. But when we look at the cost of this, the root cost is the arbitration award that was received by the department, and we couldn't close our eyes and continue with the recruitment process whilst there is an order that says we need to absorb contract workers that were currently with the department. So we needed to defend that matter and then restart the procurement, the recruitment process. It is for those reasons, Honorable Chair, that the department could not spend adequately when it comes to the COE. And when it comes to the infrastructure projects, I think I've touched on these matters that here the department was purely let down by the implementing agents. In this instance, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, as well as IDT. I'm sure colleagues they will expand on these matters. Question D, it talks about the measures that have been implemented by the department to prevent recurrence of these anomalies. We do concur, Chair, that the issue of under expenditure, it should not be happening, especially when the citizens of the province they are in need of the services that the department is offering. When it comes to the issue of compensation of employees, and earlier we had touched on the matter where we've requested National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture to allow us to create the librarians' posts in our organizational structure so that we can appoint them permanently and avoid the issue of litigations. We have received that confirmation, and we do know that in future years this conditional grant, it will be folded in our equitable share, and it's no longer going to be a question whether the period of the grant is going to end. The issue of implementing agents, Chair, is still a thorny issue. I think the Honorable MEC has raised this issue that they are still implementing our projects. The only thing we could do at the time is to try and amplify the clauses that were on the service delivery agreement to ensure that there's maximum participation by the department when it comes to their procurement process, but also regular meetings. We actually have meetings with Public Works bi-weekly, which are focused on the progress that is registered on the ground. But also as a department, we managed to appoint the Director Infrastructure who is following all of these projects on daily basis. I've earlier indicated that in some instances we did have some challenges when it comes to community where they protest for jobs and to subcontract. We do have social facilitators that were appointed in all those 4 projects so that they liaise within the community, between the community and the department, and by extension Public Works. What we also wanted to indicate, Chair, the contractors that were terminated in 22-23 financial year, we have since appointed new ones in August 2023, and they've started with the work. We are almost completing those structures. I think in our next pages we'll be giving the status. I think I've touched on the issue of the meetings that we are having. We also, Chair, want to indicate that both MECs, they do site visits where they intervene in areas where there is slow progress. Chair, if I can give the current status in terms of the projects that I have indicated above. Physical progress for Buchabelo, it's now sitting at 99%. Chawulu, it's sitting at about 45%. Flayfontein, it's at 100%. Mampane is at 78%, and Mula Mula Dumela, which had a lot of challenges in terms of community unrest there, is also at 100%. I think it should be fair that we must also indicate that when it comes to Chawulu, unfortunately the new service provider or contractor that was appointed in 2023, because of slow performance as well, we had to terminate. Fortunately, a new service provider has been appointed by the 31st January 2025, which we are hoping that they will be in a position to finish the remaining 55% of the construction work. Chair, I am done from my side. Can I request the Chief Director Corporate Services if there's any additions around the issue of compensation of employees, if any?
Thanks. My name is Mamour Mamba. I think acting HOD. Good afternoon, Chair, Honorable Chair, and members of the committee. I think the acting HOD has captured all regarding compensation of employees. Safe to say that we One of the reasons that we could not appoint on time, in as much as our recruitment plan was ready, we did not have enough budget to double pack. So we could not double pack, hence we had to wait for the arbitration award to go through. But otherwise, for now, we are on par. We managed to appoint, and the recruitment plan is going on well. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Funani Maseko, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. I concur with the presentation that has been made here, but I just want to amplify the engagement that I raised earlier when we were dealing with one question here, Honorable Nembulu, around the issues of libraries. We conducted a site visit to all these projects that you see physically, interacted with Public Works, the MEC. It is very clear that this project was supposed to have been completed long ago, and that in itself tells you that we are depriving our communities with the right to get library services at the right time. Budget available, Chairperson, but we are unable to spend. Underspending, to me, they know in the department, I regard it as a criminal offense, because you deprive people an opportunity to get their services. We still have that challenge in Saulu. AG, but I can tell you, here we have been deliberately failing. Like Abulela acting HOD, this is the third contract on the same project. And they just received, the third one has just received a letter. It tells you that we are going to overlap to 2025, 2026. What are the financial implications? When a project is started, financial implications, just serious. The budget increases. But these are things that are not of our own making as a department. That's why we couldn't take action against the list of people that we have written here from our department, because it is not their responsibility to procure the service. It's the responsibility of Public Works. So we just wrote them here to say these are the custodian in terms of management and branches. They deal with these issues, but it is not their core mandate to implement. So that's why you were saying we had a very serious debate just to write them down. To say, are these the officials that Scopa want to know? And obviously it's not, because the people who delay this process keep supply chain management people, but not Public Works. So it's a dilemma, and we are stuck with this thing across all departments. I was raising this with AG Memaluleke. Why don't you take the budget, leadership of Public Works? Give them the mandate and the budget, so that it be clear when Public Works is implementing this infrastructure. Or if you give us the money, give us the mandate to implement. Either or. You can't have a mandate there funding this side. To me, it does. These are policies that are not working, to be honest. And it's very, very difficult. They're not assisting us to achieve what we want to achieve as government. It's unfortunate. You go to education, you're going to get a lot of stories around infrastructure development. You will see the money that is going to go back. On infrastructure, yes. Our people want schools, Honorable Scopa. Budget is there, plans are there. But we can't implement our method. So these are things, Chair, that's why I really come to our rescue. It is the responsibility of Scopa and legislature to deal with these issues. If it's a matter of policy, we are better placed to can assist us. There is nothing we can do because of this bureaucracy that has been created by somebody 30 years back without considering certain processes that needs to go with this responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Lemboloni, Honorable Machete, Honorable Mantatama Asela.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumburuni TC. Yes, on this 1 year public works, you see, even the AG on the project delays, like what the MEC is saying. To paraphrase, that is only 2 sentences. At the date of our visit, conducted on 25 March 2024 and 27 March 2024, respectively, both the Vleefontein and Chauru Library were delayed by approximately 7 months from their original planned completion date of 31st August 2023 and 6 September 2023, respectively. You see, I was fortunate. I'm supporting what you are saying on this policy. It's not the first time when you articulate that frustration. I sat in a meeting where you indicated these things in other meetings. But my take is that just put that in writing and submit to the authority that when we interact future, we can just see or you are doing well. In education, like in Limana College, the public works is not doing anything. It was just indicated here because of the very similar situation. Can we have those who are responsible on the amendment of policy that this department be given the permission to implement its own project, so that when they appear before a Scopa, then we talk to the to those who are responsible to that project. But however, even when the Department of Public Works is appearing, I think we will have talk about it. But there is a serious things here, because the quantities that were initially claimed by first contractor were subsequently claimed by the second contractor as well, according to the AG South Africa. So that we have a double payment then. The first one claimed that one, and the second contractor is also claiming that, and the third one will also do that. So money is just going without the implementation of the project. So it's high time that we look at that, because even the AG South Africa just picked that on the duplication of work and increase in quantities. And then the second one is on the librarians. I concur with the department that no one can be held responsible, because that is an exercise of the national department. And even in some of the department we encountered that thing. But I'm happy that they appointed these librarians. So what I just want to know is that there are some of the programs in which you get a conditional grant from the national. I don't know whether I will not be in line with that. Is that these grants is also include the Siajalama's participation. That one has the hubs. If not, now it's okay. But if the Siajalama's participation, these hubs are still also, you still have to receive the grant from the national department. Therefore, that program also, if it's like the librarians and they appoint those youth at different hubs to assist in the promotion and upliftment of the standard of sports there, it reduces the unemployment rate among the youth in Limpopo. And if it is the similar one, I will be happy if maybe you do like the librarians, which we thank God that finally there were people who worked more than 10 years not being appointed as the librarians, but finally they are appointed. Can we do the same with the Siazalamas participation or this one of hubs? Thank you very much.
Honorable Macheta.
Thanks very much.
Honorable Mapuli Polo, Honorable Mason.
Chetepesi, member of Standing Committee Scopa. I think we must be realistic in terms of the issues that were raised that we packed earlier on and we said we will speak to it. I think we might as well be tempted to give a perspective on some of those issues. If they would fall on the resolution, it will be easy to summarize the resolution. The MEC raised a very important matter which we may not want to lose sight of. And he said we should be able to, where possible, change the system. Because if you enter into the system, you don't change it, that system will not change you. In fact, will adapt to that system. And he went on to speak about issues of capable, ethical, and developmental state, which in my view, we should be able to assist in terms of how that matter must be resolved, because it's not about individuals, it's about the people. When the people are obstructed in terms of getting the services that they should be getting and they are not getting because of the system, it means therefore that we need to speak to it, and I would want to make the following statements or recommendations. One is that state is a permanent feature of society. It's not like government. Government comes after 5 years. But the state is permanent. Flowing from that, it would mean that from our side as Scopa, we should be able to recommend an ad hoc committee that will facilitate to deal with the impasse that we are having. If perhaps it means that there must be an agent meeting between public works, health, Scopa, to try and facilitate that process, it must be done. But Scopa must have a position. It must understand what it is that is going to communicate at that level. So that even if those departments that are affected could remain and deal with the matter, but at least would have provided our view to say this is how we think things must be done. So that we are not also in the process we seem to be conflicted in one way or another. But it can't be that projects are not getting on the ground on the basis of red tapes, bottlenecks. It can't be correct. That is why I'm saying I'm making those recommendations, knowing very well that as and when we'll be dealing with how we're going to resolve some of these issues in the form of resolutions, we may not want to lose that side of, because in my view, it's a revolutionary call that must be looked at, analyzed properly, and be able to find a way in which we could be able to deal with that. Because you would have to come to a point where you are saying, what comes first between the interest of the public and our interest as department? And always the interest of the public would come first because we are saving them. So we should be able to look at those things, Chair. As to how we will have to deal with that, it is something that we are recommending, but at the same time, that ad hoc committee will be necessary. A facilitation of a meeting through Scopa where the relevant MECs and whoever would be part of that engagement start, so that we may not be able to find ways in which we could be able to then find ways of how to deal with what we are saying. There's a possibility that there will be certain projects that are not going to be dealt with, and that will have a negative impact on the people. Central to that is the issue of the people, and nothing else. And I think if we could be able to look at from that perspective, it would be able to help us. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Claudie Caroline Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you very much. I thought you said Mapulu first. Honorable Mapulu first.
No.
Okay.
It was Nampumbuloni. Honorable Mapulu raised later, even after I've noted.
Oh.
That is why I told him to say you'll come after Honorable.
Yeah. Mine is not so long.
Okay.
I'm just. I just want to ask about these library things. I know that we had a challenge, a very much serious challenge of Mulamula library, and then we are very much impressed that it's done. It's 100%. And then I'm concerned about this one, Chaulu. I heard the acting HOD saying that because in your response, you said the project was at 45% physical progress, and the new contractor is expected to be appointed by 31st January 2025. But now, as you were reporting, or as you were responding, you said the contractor has been appointed. So I just wanted to make sure, is it true that you have already appointed the contractor now?
Honorable Mapolo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa, and thanks, Chair. You see, in the morning when I spoke about this, I think you said, let's wait for resolution. And I was prompted by the MEC. You know, even now, you're still repeating what he said in the morning. It's like a child pleading to the mother or fathers. Or a kopela fish, when I'm now here, the MEC stated very categorically to say, please assist us. Now you can't say to the, I'm speaking to my honorable colleagues here, to say, may we please receive that from the MEC, not to take it back to him and say, go and do this. I think through you, Chair, one will request what I said in the morning. We are not going to deal with this matter on ad hoc basis. If indeed we're speaking about the people, you can't deal with the matter on ad hoc basis. We need a permanent solution on this matter. And I think the path toward a permanent solution is from ourselves, Chair. You know, even before we can be able to become Mawani, what's happening in other departments. We know that the Department of Public Works is an implementing agent of most of the infrastructure in our departments. Therefore, one will request that through your office, you convene a meeting of the executive authority, meaning members of the executive authority, even in the absence of the Premier first, and you sit with them and reflect on the matter. It might not even seek the entire committee of Scopa. Yourself, you are armed, together with members of the Executive Council. You sit there, and when you move out of the meeting, you'll be able to come up with a clear recommendation to either the legislature or cabinet or whatever level of reporting. Now, I think that's how we should approach the matter, so that when we merge in that meeting, we don't emerge with ad hoc temporary measures. We have a serious backlog as we speak seated here to serve our people. Now, therefore, I'll dispute the fact that we refer the matter to the department, and also we deal with the matter on ad hoc basis, because this is an issue which was invented, I think 20-something years back. I'm very sorry, even the people who have invented it, may their souls rest in peace. Now, I'm saying, I'm not somebody who's in this province visiting. I was here, you see, from the beginning. Now, I'm requesting that as chairperson of Speaker, as we take a resolution, we are empowered to go and call members of the Executive Council, sit with them, they will tell you the experience. They are at a cold face. But you know, Mama Rokopala fish, don't throw stones. Let's approach it in that way. That's my plea to members of this committee. But as my plea, you said twice, and I can listen, the tone, the manner on which he's expressing it, or Aresana any other way, please assist. And I think I've done it. Thank you very much.
And then Mama will check if she has the jurisdiction to do that. And thanks for the advice.
Absolutely.
But we are noting that. But indeed, it's a very serious issue. And the whole thing may render public works to be inefficient, while it's not the case. Because when you are confronted with building a library, a school, and your responsibility to build your own, the roads, ultimately there might be some challenges here and there. I think that the responsibility given to public works was just overwhelming. So they may be judged in terms of all these issues, and you find that indeed they are overwhelmed by the work. So and remember, as honourable members, one of the functions of the legislature is to make legislation, is to make laws. And even amending, we are empowered as the legislature to come up with a review. You know, when that review now is, where's Nembongolo? The review now can work. We can review to say, in terms of the present arrangement, we are overwhelming Department of Public Works and Roads and Infrastructure to an extent that we may judge them to be ineffective, while it is not true, because they are concentrating on all this department. How about we decentralize, or we disembark, whatever words that you can use, to ensure that at least the department. So we start the process, and Honorable Mapoli, it will be a process. Remember, a lawmaking is a process. But ultimately, if we arrive to that long-term solution that can assist the department of all the departments within the province to be able to concentrate on what they are doing, or to solve the backlog that you are having in the province, it will assist. So I think out of that at Scopa, as part of our resolution, and even before we present it to the House, we will just check the avenue where this can be addressed, or where the first step of the process, so that we start with it as soon as possible. And thanks for those advices. But the other issue that I wanted to ask, in terms of supply chain management, when you disqualify a contract based on underperformance, I believe that those conditions must be there in the contract, and they're disqualified. And when you pay them, you disqualify them when they're at 50%. What is the status of the payments? I want to come to the issue of double payments. My common sense tells me that you'll give them for 50%. Unlike if, because of other things, when they can even threaten to take you to the court because you did not discharge them or you did not relieve them from their contracts because of the underperformance. That is a different story. But the other scenario is that once they have been chased out or they've been relieved from their duties because of underperformance, here comes another contract. What are the conditions? Do you re-advertise the bid, request the solicitation documents and all those process evaluation bid committee until they are concluded? And then what are now the terms? Because each and every contract must have a term. I can't hire a person while I have built and then I'm left with the roof. To say, this person who was building was very slow, but he was able to build the up to window levels. And the next one, when it comes to say, taking advantage of me that maybe I'm disparate, it's charges for the foundation. So what results in these double payments? You pay somebody the whole amount, even if he has not finished, you dismissed him because of underperformance. You get another one starting at the window level, and then but he starts to charge you from the foundation. This is what I want to understand. But the last thing is that you see, most of our implementing agents, like the Independent Development Trust, here and there, yeah, we can feel that its performance is also questionable. It is not this department that is complaining about the IDT and other departments as well. These are some of the agencies, implementing agencies that indeed they are letting this province down in terms of the project. Yeah. Emerson?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Funani Maseko, MSc Sports, Arts and Culture. Hey, Chairperson, attack. Sorry for the voice. Let me deal with two issues, and I will allow the acting HOD and my team to deal with these technical issues. On the issue of Mula Mula, Honorable Mahasel, you remember this is one of the most problematic projects in the history of the department and government. It had a lot of social instability, challenges, mobango within that community, and it was not easy for us to break through. But I can safely say now, Honorable Chair, after having engaged a number of stakeholders there quietly in the night, but not buying a KFC, we have completed that project. We have even requested them to allow us to take books to that project. We'll be putting furniture there. It was not easy. It was not easy, but at least we are there now. I think if we can use the same tactic, we might finally agree with the communities and we open it formally and hand it over. But they've allowed us now, we've got access to put books and furnitures and everything. So the other leg will deal with it finally for the opening formally, but it's complete 100%. The one here, Yataulo, when we were submitting the report, it was before the 31st of January. And we said, Chairperson, when we started that there are some amendments in terms of progress, and POE is also there. The department has appointed a third contractor. We have received a correspondence from the department at the tune of 12 million to finish Siaul. The name of the contractor is also there. So we are reporting here now that we are updating that report. contractor will be appointed. We're saying now it has been appointed, and we've got the correspondence from Public Works. Thanks very much. Acting HOD.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am Basangumla, Acting Head of Department for the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, I will respond on the question of the conditional grants. Yes, we do have community library services grant, which caters for the librarians, the compensation of employees, including maintenance and construction of new libraries, which the COE part is going to be folded into equitable share going forward. We also do have the mass participation sport development grant. At this stage, for this specific grant, we have not received confirmation from National that it will be folded as part of our equitable share to give us that opportunity to appoint personnel on permanent basis. But I do know Memamba will add at a later stage that we have advertised some posts in terms of the mass participation to capacitate the hubs. The numbers I think are going to come from Memamba at a later stage. Honorable Chair, you asked the question based on what happens when we terminate contracts. There is something called JBCC, which I think it's a joint building coordination committee. So there's a contract that whenever Public Works appoint these contractors, they sign that contract, and it gives responsibilities. It also outlines the processes when the service provider fails to perform their duty, or when the implementing agent fails to perform their duty. Now, in this instance, upon termination, there is a principal agent which is also appointed by Public Works to monitor the work that is being done by the contractor. Now, when we terminate because of poor performance, part of the provisions in terms of the JBCC is that the principal agent must measure the work that was done by the appointed contractor to check the status in terms of the construction stage. If it's 40%, they confirm that it's 40%. But also they look at the payments that were made, whether were there, did we have any overpayments, did we underpay the contractor, and then they formally issue that final certificates to Public Works, which they must then act upon it. Also, when contractors are awarded, they must provide Public Works with construction guarantees, which indicate that they will be able to execute the project. Failure to execute that project, the Public Works can tap into the construction guarantee to remedy any work that was not in accordance with the scope. In some instances, we also levy penalties if the work that is done is not in line with the scope that they were given. But also there are retentions that are being, every progress statement that we process, there is a portion of retention which amounts to about 10%, which we are not paying. These monies are then collectively utilized to make good any work that might need to be redone because of poor performance by one contractor. So we have formally returned to the Department of Public Works on these matters to indicate to us what is the status, because we are duty bound to recover the money from those contractors that were terminated. Additional question then, Chair, when a new contractor is appointed, they don't start from the beginning. They use the principal agent final account to determine where the work was left off, and then they continue with the work that is remaining. The only difficulty, because of passage of time, If, for instance, one contractor gets terminated in March and the new contractor comes in August, there is passage of time due to whether some work will definitely need to be redone. I think that's what AGSA raised, that there is work that needed to be done based on the passage of time. And usually in terms of the modified cash standard, such work is not carried as part of work in progress. It must actually be written off based on the reasons that have been advanced. I think I've tried to answer the questions that are relating to the termination process. I will request Member just to touch. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Maburu Mamba. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee, as well as the Honorable MEC and colleagues. Yeah, it's true what the acting HOD is saying. We actually are guided by the framework. So the mass participation framework is so silent about pushing us to appoint them permanent. However, we have engaged with the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture to say, remember this, it's not a Limpopo issue. It cuts across all the provinces. So currently, as a province, we are busy appointing about 100 up and club coordinators over and above the ones that we have. So the process is underway. Probably they will be starting on the 1st of April this year. About 100. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think we are done.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, please note that we are live. Oscar kumane upita haiwa. Pare mori ya meroko no oyala whatsapp. I'm just questioning you. No, we appreciate the responses, but MEC, on the issue of double payment, yes, we are explaining. But the reason why I raised such issues as double payment is you find that in some cases, you find that maybe the original price was 10 million, for example, and then at the end of the project, you find that there's 25 million. So it becomes confusing to say, okay, the original was the first contractor charged 10 million, and then it was given 10 million, and then the second one came just 22 million. I was given. So it was along those lines, because those figures in different reports are visible. That is why I'm asking for the benefit of the public to know what does that mean when we say that it was terminated and we hired another contractor.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson. I'm Masego FJ, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. Just to come in that space, you are correct, Chair. Once you terminate a contractor, it might take close to a 3-month cycle to appoint a new one. I'm just minimum 90 days. And in that space, you have got natural causes in the process. Let's say you implement a road. It will wash away. And when you are going to appoint the second one, you need to also check into the damage. So the value of the work will not be as it was left before, because there is this natural causes that damage the road, for example. So you have to calculate back. Obviously, it's going to increase. That's why 8 years was the problem. It's a fact. It's a fact that one is going to increase the initial value of that project. There is no way you can avoid that. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think I thought that should be made very clear. Yeah. So, Honorable Nampumbuloni?
It's just an input that while you are building these libraries, let be functional and serve the community. Like also what Mamba said on the hub. let's see whether they are functional. Some, if they are not functional, they will not serve the purpose. But if they are functional, you see these youth who are committed in the sports development, who are staying there. Not you take a youth from the water bag and then you send him or somewhere at Malamle. It won't work. The people don't know him or her, so let's send them where they are working at their noon, because they are the role models of that people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mpuluni. Can you agree that we move to question number 5? Honorable Mapono? Oh, you have so you are agreeing outside and you are not consulting. Okay, Honorable Macheta.
Thank you very much. Macheta is a member of Scopa. Question 5, achievement of planned targets. Executing authority on paragraph 22 of the Auditor General's report, the AG indicated that there were no processes to consistently measure and report on achievement against planned indicators. This was due to a lack of measurement, definitions, and processes. Furthermore, the reported achievements did not relate to the planned indicator or to predetermined measurement processes. There was also no link between the indicator of number of libraries established per year and the planned target of 4, which is 26% of 50%. Consequently, the AG could not audit the reliability of the reported achievements. 5A, why did the accounting officer fail to put processes in place to consistently measure and report on achievement against planned indicators? B, why did the accounting officer fail to put measurements, definitions, and processes for established libraries per year? C, why was there no link between the indicator on the number of libraries established per year and the planned target? D, who are the responsible officials? E, what action did the accounting officer take against the officials responsible? F, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Machete. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, members, Philomena Seto, MEC Sports, Agriculture, and I will request the ATHOD to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I am Basan Gumla, Acting Head of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, we might have touched on this matter in passing in one of the previous questions. Safe to indicate that indeed the Auditor General of South Africa, they did raise a finding in terms of the principle of SMART when it comes to this specific indicator called number of libraries established per year. We wish to indicate, Honorable Chair and members, that this indicator, it was not established by the department. It came from National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, which is part of the conditions on the grant that we need to establish libraries per year. It therefore affected all provinces, as all provinces are beneficiary of the community libraries conditional grant. Chair, the biggest issue here, and it will come as we are answering the questions, is that our understanding of this indicator, number of libraries established per year, we needed to give progress in all the libraries that we are constructing, meaning at year end we needed to give progress. Where are we in terms of construction phase? In this instance, we had put a target of that for the 4 libraries that we're constructing will be between 26 and 50%. However, when we look at the technical indicator description, it was not clear. It actually said this indicator will be, the MOV should be a simple count in terms of the libraries. So this is where the finding actually emanate, and we concur that in that sense it was not smart. In terms of question B, why did the accounting officer fail to put measures, definition and processes for established libraries per year? Chair, after we had the finding, or in the process of responding to the finding from AGSA, we had to engage our mother department, which is the MTSEC, formally by writing to indicate we are facing these difficulties with this indicator. As we've indicated earlier, we did not participate in the crafting of the indicator. It was done by the national department, including the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And ordinarily, once we are done with our APP, we do send it to DPME as well as Office of the Premier so that we can check and agree that all the indicators that we have put there, they are compliant with the SMART principle. It was unfortunate that in this instance we were actually found wanting. If I can just be allowed to read the actual definition of this indicator during the 2022/24 financial year, open quote, the provincial departments receive funding from DSEC through a conditional grant to establish new libraries. These include modular libraries. These projects are multi-year projects. The role of the national department is also to provide oversight over provincial projects through site visits, including the monitoring and evaluation of performance 119 as per the approved provincial business plan. So the definition itself was very open. It didn't touch much on how we're going to measure, like I've indicated, Chair, which as a department we then used percentages in terms of stages of construction. The next question is, which is why was there no link between the indicator on the number of libraries established per year and planned target? There was no link, Chair, because of the confusion that was caused by the definition, in that we took it that we needed to report on the progress we've made in constructing each library, which the indicator that we've put was 26% and 50% by year end. When it comes to the responsible officials, again, it's a difficult one because we were implementing the indicator we got from national, but the officials were directly involved with the project. They are cited there as Chief Director, Cultural Affairs, as well as Director, Library Services and Archives. And then the next question, which is E, what action did the accounting officer take against these officials who are responsible for this anomaly? Chair, we could not take disciplinary or consequence management on the 2 officials that are listed above. As we've indicated earlier, this indicator, we took it directly from national, and it's a sector indicator which is not developed by the department. The only thing we could do was to refer the matter back to national so that it can be corrected, so that going forward we don't have similar audit findings, Chair. But we are happy that, as we will see in our response to question F, that the matter has been attended to. There has been some adjustment that were made by National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture to ensure that it reflects the SMART principle. Based on the engagements that we have done, Honorable Chair and committee members, the indicator description was subsequently changed. I'm not going to read the entire text, which is on page 44. I will just indicate that what the indicator entails is that we need to only put libraries that we will complete by end of the financial year, which is exactly what we've applied from the previous financial year after the description was amended. And we can confirm, Chair, that this issue was audited by Auditor General in 23-24 financial year, and we did not have any additional fundings. We are then of the view that the matter has since been resolved. It will not recur. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That's question number 5 on targets. Other questions? Honorable Nampumbuluni.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nampumbuluni Tambeleni Colbert. I just want to know on your targets. According to the AG South Africa, on the library and archive services, targets achieved is 83%, and the budget spent is 95%. The relationship between the two, the targets is 83%, and the budget now which you spend is 95%. I want to know that relationship. How come you spend more than the planned target? And in 2023, the target achieved is 75%, and the budget spent is 83%. And the other aspect is the number of library materials purchased. The target was 25,000. The actual performance is 37,603. So I want to know. I want to know whether that is not negatively affect your budget. You have a budget of 25,000, the material which you are going to purchased, but however, you purchased, instead of 25,000, you purchased 37,603. I want to know whether that is not, the overachievement is not negatively affecting your budget, because that is the purchasing. Maybe the prices were lower, I don't know, and so on. But I just want to know the relationship, especially in all aspects where the target is less than the actual performance. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nambololo. Yeah. My apologies if I missed some letters, but you know always I pronounce it well. So it's just, but I thought as we were coming up with your question, the MEC would be coming, because MEC have not delegated any authority to anyone according to what I've realized. So, and remember, we is the one who is accounting to us. But he also indicated that his cashing flow, maybe if he can just come and officially say no, it will be better. Yeah,
it's not like you who delegate. The MEC cannot.
Come again.
The MEC cannot delegate.
No, I said he has not.
Oh, okay.
He has not.
And again, to add on that one, also on the number of artists promoted, the planned target is 2,500, but the actual performance is 5,330. So I just want to know that relationship where you achieved the budget, where the target, whether it's not negatively affecting the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Nampumbuluni. MEC, I was telling the the honorable members and colleagues that you have not notified me of any delegated individual, so that when you are not there, we can direct questions. So that is why we were waiting for you, and we hope that the acting HOD has briefed you on the question.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I'm Scopa Funani, MEC Sport Arts and Culture. My apologies, I was just responding to the call of nature. Like you did, Chair.
No, but
nobody allowed me to come here. Now, unfortunately, I'm the only politician here. My humble apology. Can I request the acting HOD to respond to the questions as well?
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate the questions. My name is Mbasa Ngumla, Acting HOD, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, the question that was raised by Honorable Nankumbuloni, talking to the achievement in terms of targets, 83% in budget, our budget we've spent 95%. I will request Mera Scopa to come on that one. When it comes to the overachievement in terms of procurement of library materials or books, Chair, we do have a huge backlog in terms of buying books. Even the libraries that we do have at this stage, when we make an assessment, they still need additional books, and each year there are new libraries that we are constructing, which means we need to make provisions in terms of buying those books. This issue did not have a negative impact on the budget. What we would ordinarily look at is if there are savings on other items, we then shift these funds to the procurement of books. Usually it means we need to amend the business plan and we send it back to the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. But also, Chair, in areas where we could not spend the budget in full, we normally request for a rollover of funds, which normally it's, if Treasury, they are happy with our residents, they normally give that money as part of the adjustment budget. In such instances, it means then we can have additional money to procure books. In this instance, that's precisely what we've done. Can I request Ms. Rachikopa, Director Strategic Planning, to touch on the very first question that talks to the percentage achievement on targets versus budget spend?
Thank you, Fellow Rachikopa. I will start with the library books. I felt the CFO has responded partly to that issue. But let me say the impact on the budget is there in terms of library budget. And this relates to the issues that have already been discussed, issues relating to underspending on the budget, of which infrastructure was the main contributor. Then on the issue of library books, where we bought more, that did not affect the budget. The reason for that is in terms of the approach that was used to select books. When you buy a book that has a price that is higher, you spend more. When you decide to buy small books, at least you can buy 10 of those. So the year we exceeded, we bought actually more books that were more educational, that are linked to usage in schools than the other books. So the budget was not affected greatly by that. And then on the issue of, the other one was on the artists, issues of artists also, where we exceeded Also, that part did not affect the budget. What we have seen as the department is that the approach towards implementation of Mapungubia Arts Festival is changing every year. So we innovate, we come with different ways of implementing the festival. So when the approach changes, you'll find us also having built-up activities. In these built-up activities, we'll have artists that comes in to participate. So we end up with more artists. And the other contributor is the groups that we consider as part of artists that have benefited. If I've missed something, through the acting HOD and the Honorable MEC, the Director, Arts and Culture can add. But that's all that I can say. The budget is not significantly affected by us overachieving any target. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are done. The Chairperson, Maseko from the MEC, for Sports, Arts and Culture. Back to the Chair.
Thank you very much. Are we done, honorable members?
Oh, just one thing. My name is Dr. Noticing. I thought, therefore, the issue of planning now come into place. I thought maybe if the year is coming, already you know what type of books you are going to buy, because you have a stock of books at the library and somewhere, and therefore you cannot just put 100,000 and say you will write books. You will duplicate buying educational books again, rather than to have a scanning on the environment in terms of the demand of the books at the library. At some stages at the library, we are requested to write the type of the books which we want there. So it means that if you gather that information, you already know that you are going to buy this type of the books for the library, which are going to be useful by the community. So if you are just saying, no, I have 100,000. Now I'm going out to look at the cheaper books so that I achieve the target. Does that have an impact on the effective service delivery to our people? So it's just an input, or it's just an advice that when you do next time, that we must use this public purse as efficiently and effectively as possible, not for the sake of compliance.
I hope that advice is noted. Yeah, as we go to question 6, but I want to close this question, Honorable MEC, by, and when you are a chair, you have privilege to raise even issues that are not there in the report. You just take that advantage. No, but it is not necessarily not in the report, but it relates to the achievement of targets. And we understand that AG has only edited program 3 and program, I don't know, it's for only 2 programs in terms of how they audit. They just sample maybe 2 programs. And noting that we have resolved Honorable Mapolo about the issue of public works, that it is overwhelmed with activity, and on the other hand, the other departments are suffering. You were saying that. What I want to raise, which I'm not saying you must answer, but just note, is that the very same issue that the Department of Public Works is experiencing, having activities or doing job or duties for other departments, and then it's happening in the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture. You are on behalf of Department of Education running school sports. In the morning we're introducing the director for school sports, and we are aware that you have signed a memorandum of understanding with the MEC of Education recently to ensure that all the issues, because there were a lot of issues, and we are happy that you have agreed that you will deal with those issues that were suffocating education. The education was crying to say sports, when there are activities, they've not done this, they've not done that. I'm relating it to what we have said. And I'm sure it is in one of the performance targets, AG, where the school sports is evaluated. If you go directly into that aspect, you may find that there are some challenges. So one, appreciating that you signed there's been a memorandum for that effect, and we are aware that that is a national stand. There's nothing that you can do in the province, but we are just giving you example of a related or the same issues that are experienced by the Department of Public Works, that even in sports there is such an issue relating to Department of Education. I just wanted to mention it, and let's leave it there. We can respond outside. Outside. Like I'm saying, when you are telling, you have advantage over anybody. No, I'm just giving an example of this related. Again, we're talking about a Department of Public Works, and Department of Sports is complaining that we have to just like that. So the issue is also there, is maybe with other departments, maybe it's not only sports and education, public works and other departments, maybe that arrangement is not within these two departments, maybe with other departments. But what you are saying, for sometimes there is a very negative impact of such arrangements. And as we do policy review at any level, we must analyze how effective such
Can I just comment? I'll even give you
but they support that you at this comment.
Oh, should I comment?
Yes.
Thanks.
But we close it at the comment. The other things we'll talk about as we go out, and then in other forum, and even in our discussion, you can also, but this one is a national issue, so that if it needs to be addressed, it must start there and come with. It's not the same as for public works, because the public works is a provincial arrangement.
No, thanks very much, Chair. My name is Funani Masenko, MEC, Sport and Culture. You are correct that there are policy challenges that we need to confront and try to correct them. If a policy doesn't work, why should we use it? Unless if we can't take initiatives, unless if we can't think. A mandate needs to be funded. Any mandate needs to be funded. Once you give me a mandate and you take somebody to implement that mandate without funding, it's a problem. You are correct for school sports is we are trying to resuscitate it, because unfortunately I so feel that between me and the Honorable where we are, we understand how we should provide leadership and management. We have left school sports for a number of years as this government. And we're all playing athletics, everything. Until after we are trying to resuscitate that. But finally, it tells you, if you know, that's why you go to Gauteng, you will find Department of Sports, it goes with education. It becomes one mandate to one budget. So they don't have a crisis. Honorable MEC Chibane there is running sports and education and run awards. So it's possible to change the policy. But what is key is those ordinary learners who must make sure that they participate, particularly from the previously disadvantaged areas. Because currently, the same school sport in education, the disadvantage are those that are in the model C schools. So, yeah, I think it's an issue that we need to continue to pursue. Thank you very much. Again, I need like
No, thank you. And that comment assisted.
Yes.
Because indeed it shows, sorry, if you are not the mandate funding,
Yes.
they must go together. And that is what I wanted to raise, because at the end of the day, indeed, you disadvantage ordinary people who are supposed to get the service. The last question, which is question number 6. Who's taking it?
Yep, I'll take it. I'm Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. And just taking advantage to say the chairperson was saying to NEC, go and check unfunded mandate. And I think it's crossing amongst the department. That's what she was saying in summary. No, thank you very much. Question 6 on page 45. It says other reports. Executive Authority on paragraph 45. The Office of the Premier investigated allegations of unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure and possible fraud in relation to the Limpopo Heritage Resource Agency and Limpopo Geographical Names Committee for the 18 to 19 and 19 to 20 financial periods. The investigation was concluded on the 20th of October 2021 and resulted in various recommendations to be implemented. The department has implemented some of the recommendations and was still yet to implement disciplinary action, and at the date of this, auditor's report recommendations were not yet implemented at the date of this auditor's report. First question A, why did the accounting officer fail to implement some recommendations raised by the Office of the Premier relating to Limpopo Heritage Resource Agency? Provide a detailed report. B, how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditures did the department recover from the officials responsible? C, who are the responsible officials? D, what action has been taken against the officials responsible? E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And I think it ends there, page 46, my question. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. I'm following myself, MEC Sport, Arts and Culture, and let me request the acting HOD to deal with the issues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I am Basan Gumla, the acting head of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, so that I don't waste time on this one, may I request that the Chief Risk Officer deals with these responses. She was very close to the investigation and she's got intimate details and she could be in a position to deal with the matter with speed.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC and colleagues. For question 1, I think the recommendations in respect of LIRA and the Geographical Names Committee were implemented and disciplinary hearing in respect of the matter between the department and the officials were implemented accordingly. In terms of Dr. Mbeiwa, he was dismissed around 26 September 2023. We have that here that we'll submit to the committee. But subsequent to that, he took the matter to the General Public Service Sector Bargaining Council, and then we have a notice with us here in terms of the matter, and you are just required to attend. We're required to attend around the 1st of July 2024, so the matter is still with them at the Bargaining Council. But despite that as well, what is happening is that maybe I'll just clapping it in terms of the refunds on the other side. So we have just requested to request for a refund from Dr. Mbeiwa. I'll just highlight it when I go to the question. So in terms of Mayor Ramadi, as the accountant within the department, he was not found guilty in terms of this matter. So in terms of Mr. Pukinsi, as he was the previous acting HOD for the Department of Sports and Culture. The matter was referred to the Provincial Treasury for further handling. We have a record here that the Provincial Treasury, because of his status as the acting head of department, the then acting head of department for the Department of Sports and Culture, the matter has been transferred to the Office of the Premier for further handling. So the matter has been referred on the 12th of August 2024, and the follow-ups are made, but they're still waiting for the response. So in terms of Mr. Dima, the matter was also referred to the Department of the Provincial Treasury. Remember that we had two people that were acting in our department, and Mr. Dima was the acting CFO at the time within our department. So we have a progress as well from the Provincial Treasury that they've commenced with instituting the disciplinary processes for Mr. Dima, and the first hearing was held on the 20th of November 2024, and they did some attempts to have the other one around February. It didn't materialize, but they had the other one around the 6th of March 2025, and it has been postponed. In terms of how much did we recover, would like to indicate that we have just recovered an amount of 107,955 rand 25 from the leave gratuity of Dr. Mbeiwa, and the outstanding amount to be recovered is 899,333.83 cents. So what we did also is that we pursued the matter with the Government Employee Pension Fund. We have written to them, so here we have a proof to say Dr. Mbeiwa has since acknowledged the debt that we had with him during the process of the investigations and of the DCs. So we are requesting a concurrence from their office regarding the recovery process for the said debt from the GEPF, of which we are still waiting for the response. And then the action that has been taken, we have just indicated that he has been dismissed from the public service, but over and above that, in terms of the last question, we've indicated that we've put measures in place so that we're able to prevent the anomaly from occurrence within the statutory and non-statutory bodies. And they are detailed there. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I was touched to say all statutory bodies and responsible officials are subject to induction and orientation prior to execution of their responsibilities, and their funds are the funds transferred by the department are managed and controlled by the bodies, no longer with the officials within the department. And they're even being taken in terms of tranches, not just taking the whole million, and maybe that will be subject for an abuse. And then the departmental officials are only going to do some administrative support or such as secretarial duties, not actually to do what Dr. Mbeo was doing. And the signatories will be only the members of the statutory bodies. And then we've entered in the MOU with the statutory bodies on an annual basis in terms of the transfer of funds and the budget allocation that will just take place twice in a year in 2 tranches. So no longer to say they have a budget of 5 million, we just give them once. And the second tranche is transferred only if the statutory bodies have met all the compliance requirements. Remember, whenever we have to give them the tranche, they have to submit the quarterly narrative and financial reports so that we are satisfied to say they've just executed accordingly. So that is another measure that will be able to enable us to say we're giving them the second tranche so that they're able to execute their responsibilities. There are also quarterly assessment meetings so that we are just assessing their work as the bodies to say how far are they doing that. And the CFO audits their financial reports on a quarterly basis as a matter of saying, even reconciling in terms of the funds that have been given. I think that's the last question that I was responding to. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Honorable Chairperson, back to you.
Thank you very much. I think on this one we have a question already that earlier we said no. It will be relevant here, which was raised by Honorable Nampumbuluni, which I think we're still going to give a chance to expand on it. But I must indicate that we note that both cases where the disciplinary case actions were taken in the office of the Premier. That is the first thing that we are noting. The second issue is remember the issue of hearings and the outcomes. Sometimes they are based on the precedents, case laws, and Nempumbuluni, I know, will say, why is this one dismissed and this one was not found guilty? There are precedents and case laws that we usually refer to. I want to come to where he was, to say here are the two cases done at the same office. There is a very small margin in terms of the amounts, but the other one is dismissed and is also taken the gratuity leave, and then still going to take something. Here is another one, demoted, still in the system, but the same department. So I'm just trying to paraphrase what Nempumbuluni was trying to say, and also adding. Sometimes we need to, when we look at cases, we look at the precedent in terms, especially if it's the same department, but you can also refer to other departments if you think you have to be fair. But in this case, it's the office of the Premier. So, why is that happening? We know you might not, but you must account because it's written here. It's not written in the Premier's file. It's in your file. No. I wanted to give a Nempumbuluni chance because that is what was asked, and you said no, wait, we'll deal with it when we come to the so that we are able to compare. Now that we have got the essence of this matter, then we can be able to.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I saw one of the Mapoli is raising.
No.
You're covered.
No, I'm covered. I was still trying to calculate the amounts here.
All right.
Okay. But there are no interest in any way. I'm covered, but they should have interest.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, MAC and your storage. My name is still Nempumbuluni TC. Chairperson, I know even in the courts of law that the decision of a higher law, it can become a source of a law, and benchmarking and everything, and taking into cognizance the similar matter in the higher courts. But what I want here to look at is that, one, these agencies have the boards which are appointed by the MEC. And sometimes you will see that these boards, that is why previous years and so on, you see the struggle between the boards and the department and so on, and some are waiting to the court and so on. So in this case, I wanted to know the role played by those boards, the Limpopo Geographical Names Committee and the Limpopo Heritage Resource Agency on the matter, if it is there, the role played by these committee members of the boards which are appointed. In many instances in South Africa, when those boards are mismanaged funds, they themselves are taken to court because of their decisions on a particular funds or on a particular issues. Sometimes, I'm not saying this because you will respond, sometimes poor officials will be compelled by the decision or the wrong decision of the committee appointed by the MEC or by the higher structure or by the boards. That is why I want to specifically know on this management of funds, the role of those committees, Geographical Names Committee and also Limpopo Heritage Resource Committee. The other thing is the role of the HOD, Mr. Pukutsi. is not yet finalized, like Dr. Mpeiwa is still going to the Treasury, going to the office of the Premier and so on. But the decision on Dr. Mpeiwa is already taken and the money is already deducted, and also the department is intending to follow on the government employee pension fund. While I understand that, I want to look at the fairness of this exercise. That indeed, if maybe you read something like, I don't know whether it's going to court or it's just in, you read something like, yeah, or on that one. But also signed this acknowledgement and so on. And on this other side, I'm happy that you put the control systems in place. But I wanted also to know that previously, like any other boards which are mismanaging funds in different departments, if these measures were there, we could not have been in a situation like this now. But through your explanation, maybe I will be convinced. With the HOD not yet found guilty, with members of these committees or the boards not taking into account, is where I have the frustration that we are only looking at 1%, or I can just decide in Kentucky at 11 o'clock to spend billion, being alone. And the other big fishes here are not reflected on somewhere. In the name of fairness, that maybe the explanation will make me happy, because we have to fight corruption to its source. We have to fight the corruption to its source, not to make poor South Africans suffer simply because I was given an unlawful mandate to do something. Thank you. But on or closing it up with that control systems here. But I want to hear what transpired on the HOD and also the boards, and also to conclude by saying, Honorable Funan Maseko, if there is any member of the executive who knows the department, he said the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. When we started, when you are responding and go, I just whisper, hey, today the MC himself is responding to all the issues, and that indicates that you know your mandate, you know the department, not always mandating. Thank you for that you have the knowledge of every aspect in the department. Thank you very much.
You know, Honorable Nambo, you are not allowed to make remarks. Remarks are for the chairperson. on a lighter note, but what he's saying is true, because indeed the political head must take charge. So that when we ask you, you must be able to, there are administrative issues that you delegate, or that you can at least have a sense of what is happening within the department. And that is why, up front, on behalf of the chairperson, Honorable Nampumpuluni is thanking you. Yeah, as you respond, thank you, Honorable Nampumpuluni.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My name is Funan Masebo, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. I just want to respond to the example that you were giving, Chair, around the issue of the the verdict from the disciplinary proceeding from the Premier's office and this other issue that it's like there's no consistency. The difference here is that the acting HOD was attended to by the Premier's office. This one, the Mpeiwa one, was dealt with by the department. That's where we got jurisdiction, because he was not at that level of development. So, Pukunzi, he was seconded from the Department of Treasury. That's why we have to follow the Department of Treasury to take disciplinary actions, because we don't have jurisdiction over him. And now that he is at the level of HOD, we are just sending a signal that there might be possibility that the issue will still be elevated maybe to the Premier's office. We don't know what is going to happen, but allow me to request HOD and the executive management to deal with those specific technical issues that honorable members have raised.
Madam, maybe before, just want to clarity on this issue of the person who was seconded from Treasury, and then you, when there is a misconduct happened in your department, then you referred to the Treasury. Is it what you are saying? You referred him to...
He went back.
He went back for disciplinary...
And he went back to Treasury. So the disciplinary process was referred to Treasury. It was his there.
Or he went back...
He was seconded for one period of time.
Oh, no, I get it.
Yes.
I get it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you, Honorable. Let me see. Thank you, Chairperson. I am Basangumla, Acting Head of Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Chair, I would concur that when we look at only the matter of Dr. Mbeiwa, which a decision has been taken through a disciplinary process chaired by an independent chair, that matter is finalized. But when you look at these other two officials that are housed within provincial treasury, there is no judgment that has been finalized. It will certainly look a bit unfair. But at this stage, it will be difficult for us as a department to preempt what sort of judgment or sanction will be imposed for the two officials. All we know is that these cases are currently running at the provincial treasury, and I believe at a later stage we will be informed in terms of the sanctions. It is true, Honorable Chair, that the MEC appoints the board members to perform specific functions. When this investigation was commissioned by Office of the Premier, all board members were questioned. They had to provide their evidence, including Dr. Mbeiwa. I think what created a major problem here, one, it was that at that time the department actually paid the full transfer to these two statutory bodies instead of paying the first tranche. Let's see if are they implementing the projects and the activities that we had agreed upon in terms of the MOU. Now they were paid all at once, which made the accountability very difficult. Secondly, and this is my understanding, maybe I will add on the matter, the checkbook and the cards that were used to transact, they were with Mr. Mbeiwa. Hence, the issues of misappropriation or mismanagement of funds, they relate to him also as part of the investigation. That's what the investigation report is actually touching on. And some of the members, I think they were vindicated in terms of that report. Hence, the entire issue of mismanagement of this amount of 1 million, it was then directed to Dr. Mbeiwa. Through you, Chairperson, if I can allow Ms. Pierre to add on that, as I've indicated, that the investigation were done through the risk management as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, and the colleagues. Maybe let me start indicating to say I affirm what that the MEC has indicated. In the department, we had a challenge in terms of the stability of the management, especially on the executive management. So that's why we sought the assistance from the provincial treasury, and they really gave us the acting HOD as well as the acting CFO. Hence, they were part of the system within the department. So in terms of maybe involvement, when we were finalizing the investigation, is that if you can see on the response, we have Ms. Ramadi, whom we said he was found not guilty because he was just an ordinary accountant who was just capturing the file in terms of the tranches. But the involvement of the CFO was in terms of the memorandum. You know, in terms of the memorandum, when you go for approval until the HOD, is that the CFO must affirm and confirm the available budget within the department. So that is part of involvement. And we went to the HOD as well. To the HOD, it was a matter of just checking all the other attachments and approve. And after approval, that's where in Miramadi will go and do the capturing and the tranche will go. But what happens with, I'm not really even pronouncing the sanctions or maybe the limitations to say them, they didn't do that much. But I just wanted to clarify in terms of the involvement of the different parties within the investigation report. What happened is that I think the CFO, it's so correct to say the statutory body's members, they didn't actually play a role. What was happening was that Dr. Mpeiwa was at the center of the statutory bodies. Hence, he was not even able to account for the amounts of 762 for the Limpopo, for the Lira, and 437 for the geographical names. So we gave him an opportunity to say this is an amount that has been spent. He went to America, he went to all these things. These are receipts, they're proven, and what happened. So he was not able to account for that. And when you go to the statutory bodies, there was some element of forgery. There was some element of forgery of document, submitting fraudulent audit statement, and fraudulently caused the department just to transfer even the whole tranche. Because what was happening is that in terms of the memorandum, he was indicating to say we've run out of the period of the first tranche. Now we are overlapping to the second period wherein we were supposed to submit to transfer the second tranche. So that's where the problem was. And then at the same time, he will just go to the chairperson to say we are signing this, we are going to do 1, 2, 3. You know, the element of trust of running the thing within the department, that was the challenge. Hence, we made some review after we have these cases, checking on it to say what went wrong, what were the root causes. So instead of him just to be just a normal secretariat, so he fingered himself to be in the center of the statutory bodies and use fraudulent things to just come and con the department. So that's where his involvement was. And upon receiving the investigation report and analyzing it, he agreed to say, yes, I've used the money. Hence, he said on the response that he indicated, so the disciplinary hearing is still running, and then after it runs, I will be able to come up with the strategy on how I'm going to, he's saying, your office will be advised further on the collection strategy once the disciplinary hearing process has been completed. This was the affirmation when he was confirming to say he's accounting for all the money that he has received, he's accepting, and he will come up with a strategy of refunding the money. So that is exactly what actually happened. So within the office, there were some red flags that came along that, and the red flags when we were trying to come in, he was just trying to close up. You can ask where was the supervisor, but the supervisor were there. You know, when I'm here and know what to do, I can submit the report here and here. They won't see anything wrong with it, as long as there are projects and programs that they can see and be satisfied that they're implemented within the department. Until it came up to say there's an element that things are not going well, and the statutory bodies came along as well to testify to say, there now we can see that things are no longer going as expected. I think, Honorable MEC, I've tried to cover all the questions that have been raised, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I think, I'm not sure, Number if you've got a question, but
No.
also maybe a follow-up, but before you come, maybe also based on the, in terms of AG, there are processes and we check if there was a loss, activities, if there was any sense of fraud and corruption, it goes to another level. So here you experience a loss and you instituted recovery mechanisms, but there is also an element of fraud which also needs another process, and we don't hear you say anything about that.
Yes.
And then as Honorable Nampumbulu.
Yes, I know the inner side of the story, but what I just wanted to say is that there is no excuse legal if you sign any document for its implementation, whether it come harshly just to sign, that is an advice that no one can be excused that you just signed because of that.
For ignorance.
Yeah, it's ignorance. But however, having with that explanation, I can now see the picture. My problem is one. Those people from the Premier and from the Treasury going to the departments, they must sign the memorandum of understanding that if I'm there in the department and I've done something wrong, the very same department will persecute me. Because you see, it is now taking long time for the HOD and other people they are in the other department, they are not taking decisions like that one who is at the Department of Public Works. They don't care about what happened to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So those people who are seconded, they have to sign the memorandum of understanding that if I've done something wrong there, I have to face the consequences, the consequence management, because in the whole provincial government, those people who are seconded to be HOD and so on, all the cases are there. We will end up saying the office of the Premier or Treasury is like the state attorney, where they are not doing anything about the cases. So someone acting as the HOD is signed and so on, off the hook. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. So while we are saying that on the systems you have done well and so on, we want the department to have a clean audit without any material findings. Then we will sleep very, very, very well, and without getting any favors from you. We are not saying this to get any favor from anybody in this universe. We are just doing our job. Thank you.
Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Nampumbulu. I think your comments are fair, and what Honorable Nampumbulu is trying to say from the beginning is saying, let not the weak suffer. Those who are responsible, or those who are who are responsible maybe for any particular irregularity, they get away. In such a way that our investigation should be able to link from the source. Usually we don't go to the root. We only concentrate on the leaves. The leaves are the ones that suffer, but the root is always safe underground. But you must know that once you remove all the leaves, the root, as long as the root is still there, then there come new leaves. So you'll forever be dealing with the leaves every year, because they will come out. Once there's rain, they come out. Once there's rain, they come out. So that is exactly. I'm not sure if I'm representing your facts well, when I'm following, but I think that is the essence of what he's saying. I'm not sure if you want to.
Yeah, just through you, Chair. I'm Masebo Fulani, MEC Scopa Agriculture on the issue of fraud. I think it was just an omission. Yes. But let me indicate that it is on record that we have opened a case with the Hawks on the matter. Outside as a recovery, we have also opened a case.
I think that was the last question and that was the last response. Thank you very much. I think we have done justice to this hearing. We were able to get to the essence of each and every matter. And without any waste of time, we are supposed to be on item number 5. That is what we've been doing. We've been making follow-up questions as and when we are presenting. And then in our presentations and interactions, there were recommendations that were made. And some of those recommendations will be translated to resolutions which will be presented to the House for adoption. And once they are adopted, they will come back to the Department for implementation. Through Treasury, will always monitor the implementation. And ourselves as Scopa, we will always be having our quarterly meetings trying to check the implementation of the resolutions. And without any waste of time, I know it has been a long day. We would like to hear the comment of the AGSA on the whole process.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Taisan Dubai from the Auditor General. Chair, I'm aware that today's hearing was zooming more on the 2022-23 financial year audit outcomes. However, we should not ignore the subsequent events or the subsequent audit outcome for the 2023-24. The department did very well, where they performed very well in all areas of audit, resulting in them achieving the clean audit, and we commend them for that. For the past 4 years, we've been reporting to the committee and flagging the department as one of the candidates for a clean audit outcome. The department has finally reached that pinnacle, and we commend them for the clean audit outcome that they've achieved in the 2023-24. The challenge now will be to sustain the clean audit outcome. It's one thing to achieve it. I think it has been long awaited. Each year we've been indicating that the department is a candidate. The department, they are progressing well, and we can see progress. They're finally there. So it will be, the challenge will be to make sure that they maintain that clean audit outcome. So they should not become complacent. So they should make sure that they're still develop or enhance if the action plan that is developed is currently working. It's to make sure that it's being enhanced. It's to make sure that it's been followed up and monitored so that they keep the clean audit outcome. So the areas where they need to focus on and not lose sight of, it's areas around compliance, especially on the SEM, and also the area around irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because those are the areas that can easily see the department regressing back to an unfavorable audit outcome. And also the area around projects that are being managed by public works. I think it has been emphasized a lot to say let's get closer to those projects. We might not have the full capacity or the necessary capacity to make sure that we are aware of what is happening around there. But if the department gets closer, some things will be revealed earlier and they can be able to take action. So, Chair, that is our comment from the AG. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Provincial Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. Chairperson, we really acknowledge the efforts made by this committee to make the department account for the year in question. And echoing the same sentiment, this department indeed is able to sustain the audit outcome that they received, and we urge them to continue with the good deed. And with the recommendations which were made throughout Chair closed session until now, Provincial Treasurer will always be available to provide the support that is needed for the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC?
Oh, thanks, Chair. Maseko Funani, MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. Mine is just to humbly thank yourself, Chairperson, and the collective of Standing Committee on Public Accounts for the continuation oversight over our public purse. It's something that me personally is at the bottom of my heart, and we will make sure that we, after having received the recommendations, which will be decisions after legislature sitting, we'll go back to work and implement them. And those that are still outstanding, they know we'll have to retreat and go create a war room and fight there. But when we come here, we'll produce a report that will be responsive to the expectation of the committee and the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. On item number 9, on way forward, we just want to note the inputs that the committee members were making, and even the responses made by the department, that indeed we were able to get what we think can lead us to the conclusion, because we need to have resolutions out of this meeting. We need to conclude whether we see this department as a potential of continuing the clean audit AG, and we believe that with the capacity that we have seen and the articulation on how you continue to deal with issues, you have capacity to continue or sustain the clean audit. So what you are saying is the issue of planning is very critical, like it was raised by one of the members here, to say proper planning prevents poor performance. And if you plan properly, you monitor evaluation, strengthen your internal controls, and I am happy that it was indicated more than once that we are trying to strengthen the internal controls. So it gives us hope that indeed you are in the right direction. And we are saying, as you are going to, and believe that you have already started in compiling the financial statement for 2024-2025, you'll consider all these issues that we are raising, that we because some of them will be lessons to say, this thing we're supposed to do it like this, and even the advices from or the issues, not necessarily the advice, but the issues raised by the Provincial Treasury and AG must assist you in compiling your financial statement, so that indeed you remain on clean audit, because that is what we want to see. So we want to thank you, Honorable MEC, for the efforts and how the whole issue was managed. On the issue of leading, I can't repeat it. Like I said, Honorable Pumbulone has done that on my behalf, that indeed you are leading the department, indeed you are understanding the department, and that is what we are appreciating. As much as issues you can delegate, but you are in charge, and we really thank you for that. We want to thank you and your team. Continue to do the good work. Honorable members, thank you very much for coming up with those questions that assist us to generate a conclusion that is informed. The staff, members, we really thank you, because what the support that you are giving us is really assisting us. The AG, SA, you are always here, and we believe that as you have raised issues, and as the department is going to to compile the financial statement for 2025, you will be next to them to assist them. Because your role is during this time is very crucial to ensure that the department which have achieved the clean audit, you help them to maintain that particular status. Those which are struggling, you must also pull them up to another level, or if possible, to all the departments be on the clean audit. And the provincial treasurer, you really have a responsibility to ensure that all what you have raised here indeed are implemented, and we believe that all the collective, all of us, if everybody performs his responsibility, the department, Limpopo, will improve. Chairperson of the portfolio committee, thank you very much. We hope that you have learned one or two issues that as and when, because from the portfolio point of view, we have got a lot of sessions with the department. We'll continue to interact with them to ensure that indeed they continue to perform well. So with those few words, and I also want to, I'm not sure if I forgot somebody, but I think I've covered everybody, and even our media people. Thank you very much for covering this, and we also want to help all the. I mean to thank all the people who are watching from different media platforms. That we hope that you were audible. We hope that you got all the responses from the department. And we thank you very much for watching. And as we go to number 10, which is announcements, there's tea outside. As we get out, we must just grab something. And this meeting has, or this public hearing has come to its logical conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.